Good morning, Ron.
Shalom, how you doing? I didn't realize my mic was off.
Can you hear me?
I had a road trip on Tuesday,
Okay.
going up to Rochester where my stuff is. And so I told the guy I would make him a hat. This is the Yahuwah colors. This is so far. This is like the colors for it.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Good job.
I'm always the last one to get the message, but I got it thanks to Raul. Thank you, Raul. And Yami. I don't know who. I've got their names together in that text. How y'all doing?
What was the message?
That it was on. I never get the message that Sparking You is on.
I know JJ was texting me. She said, he's late. Where is he? I said, well, he came in by accident. It looked like at 11 today. I got a notification at 11 o'clock saying, Sparking You is live. And I said, were we starting at 11 today? That's weird. So I followed it and it said it had been took down.
Yeah, Rose called me and same thing happened with her, but I didn't get any kind of notification with it.
Oh, that is nice. There's Miss JJ.
It's been weird lately.
JJ's in slow motion. Are you okay, girl? You're
well, okay. I was trying to figure out what was going on because I'm fine. I was trying to figure out what was going on because there's some delay or something.
You may need to go out and come back in.
I am. I'll be right back.
All righty. And how are you this morning, Miss Phyllis?
I'm doing good. I'm tired. I'm always ready for Sabbath.
I am too.
How are you all doing?
We're doing great. Yes.
Did you see my video? Here comes my coffee. Ooh. Did you see my video of the live flowers I got?
I saw that last night.
I can't believe it.
Those are so beautiful.
I got my coffee again. I know I've never seen anything like that before. You want to show them this? Oh, that's the cat.
Oh, they're just so pretty. And you said each one was potted individually?
Yes. Each one is in its own pot.
Oh, that is precious. I love that.
What are you showing them now?
Kitty. Hi, Kitty. He's giving us a tour.
Yes, he likes to do that. If I tried to do that, you'd be seeing the ceiling or the floor or behind me. He's good. He knows what he's doing. He's good at it. How are you doing this morning, Raj? You're so quiet.
Oh, I was just getting my garlic ready for taking it down.
Okay.
I'm doing okay. How about you?
I'm doing really good. I really am. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, thank you for asking too.
Blue White has left the room. But you're still there. Oh.
I know. Be careful about that omnipresence.
He's going to. That's right. He's going to do a video today.
Oh, that's good. I always look forward to his exciting videos. I do.
Oh,
they're exciting.
Really?
I always look forward to his videos.
Now, this is a yes or no question, and you don't have to explain. Do you watch all the way to the end, all of his videos?
Yes, always.
Okay, good. I'm surprised because I didn't know if people noticed that he changed. For the longest time, he didn't change them up at all. And then I said, you should change it up. People going to quit watching to the end.
Oh, no. I always watch to the end. He always leaves you hanging for more. So
That's cool. I'm
Yeah.
glad you said that. Thank you.
Yes. Chance is joining us today.
We talked to him a little bit yesterday, I think, or was it debut? I don't know. This week has been so fast and furious. It really has.
Well, they've all begun to be like that, it seems.
Yeah.
There she's back.
There's JJ.
Again.
Did you know? And I planted it, so I can't show it to you. Did
Oh.
you know that rose buds, if you get a rose, that it will regrow?
You mean make roots?
If there are seeds, and you know that word, Luke teaches us that word seeds. We're all seeds.
Mhm.
If there's a seed and you put it in water, it will actually, I've got one out there that's actually growing another rose bush on the side of the stem.
Oh, wow. No, I didn't.
I took a video of it.
Oh, wow. Well, you'll have to put up your video so I can see that.
Oh, JJ's trying to get in, Mark. Let JJ in.
Yeah, she's up. She's up.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
I just now saw the message. Your hair looks so pretty, JJ.
Mm-hmm.
You usually have it pulled back.
Well, my stylist just recently cut it for me. Her name is Elizabeth. Yeah, so she takes good care of me.
Elizabeth, yeah, really?
She's talking about me.
Yeah. She cuts my hair.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
this is me just out of the shower because I didn't want to do anything to it. But
That's the best way. That's the way if I ever do get my hair cut, and I do every time I have chemo, I have the same stylist cut my hair, and we talk about the difference between this time and last time, but I won't let her touch it again until it gets to my shoulders, and then I'll let her shape it up again.
Yes. Get you some length going there. And you're getting quite a bit anyway, so that's good.
I'm really blessed this year. I'm not bragging on myself because Yahusha's done this, but my hair, since it's grown back, I've never seen my hair be so beautiful. And this isn't me bragging. That's just Yahuwah doing it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I'm watching a red-winged blackbird take a bath in the bird bath in front of me. I love sitting here. I can, hi, Chance. I can see my
Chance.
birds and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds Saturday.
Hey, Chance.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, would you go through and do Yahuwah's prayer like you did last week for us?
Sure.
I would love that.
Okay. Are you ready?
You're ready.
Abinu ba Shemayim Kadash Haya Shamka Yahuwah Malakutka Ba'ua Razunka Haya Asher Ba Aretz Kemba Shemayim Natan Lanu Zayum Ayum Hat Lahem U Salak Lanu Lahati Inu Kemu Anachnu Salak Atam Lahatatam All Lanu Na'al Lanu La'al Masa U Yasha Lanu Mara laka haya ha malakut ha kaha u hakabud ulamba Hashem al kal shamut Yahuwah Yahusha Aman Shalom. Our Father who is in heaven, Kadash is your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, as in the Shamayim, also on the Eretz. Give us this day our daily covenant bread. Forgive us our wrongdoing, as we forgive those who have done wrong to us. Lead us not into trial, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom, the power, and the esteem, forever and ever. In the name above all names, Yahuwah Yahusha. Aman.
Aman.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Thank you,
So be
brother.
it.
Thank you so much.
I forgot to send that one to you, Phyllis. I should send that to you. I forgot to do that. The prayer.
I would like it if you do. I wouldn't be able to say it out loud, but Lou might be able to.
Hold on here. I'll bring it here. Hold on.
I have the notes from last night. I will have them finished sometime tomorrow, Master willing. So
Oh,
if you want those notes, I'll
That-
email them to you.
I would like those notes. I appreciate the notes from his programs by himself better because they're more. I mean,
Oh,
we're
that's-
actually. Oh well, let me see it again. Yeah,
It's a little hard to see. It looks like, I don't know if your screens are bigger than mine, but
Yeah, I see that. You could just make a copy of that and send it to me.
Yeah.
Text me a copy of that in an email.
Okay, I will do
it.
that.
You'll have to email it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Nice to see you all. Ahaba u shalom, aki and u akuti. Love and peace, brothers and sisters.
Thank you. I love the way you always interpret.
I've got her dog.
I see Sister Sandra is up. Hello, Sister Sandra.
Oh, and Raul and Yami.
Morning, brothers
Or-
and sisters. Glad to
Good
see
morning.
you. That
Are-
was beautiful, Brother Chance. Thank you.
Good morning.
Sister Yami and Brother Raul are going to be listening. They're
Okay,
here. They're with us.
good, good.
I might be able to show you a picture of it. I don't know if you can see this, but you can see where I planted it in the dirt. That's a rose bush. I mean, hold on. See, it's just a rose. And can you see that little seat? Wait a minute. It thinks I want to send it off. Send it off in a letter. There you go.
Oh, yes. Oh, wow.
Now, let me show you. Let me make this a little bigger. And you can see it. There is actually a rosebud.
Isn't that crazy? Yes. Oh,
I-
how neat.
This happened. I mean, apparently it's a thing. I didn't know.
You put it in a banana?
I'm sorry?
Did you put it in a banana?
No, it's growing off of the stem of the rose.
Oh, okay.
It's a rose stem. Hold on. Let me get another picture.
Because what they'll do now a lot of times is they'll take a banana and put holes into it, and then they'll put cuttings into it, and it'll grow.
Oh, now that is, I believe that because now this is a video I took, but I don't know if you can see. No, it's moving around too much. Oh, here we go. This is a really good picture. Can you see it now? The rosebud? No. It's going to be a yellow rose. It's amazing. It's my miracle rose. It's this friend of mine gave me those roses, and she wants to give me a rose bush, but she did anyway.
Hey, Sister Phyllis, can I see, when you want to see mine going on? You want to see my garden?
She said, sure.
Yes, I do.
Can you see it? Tomatoes.
Yeah.
Those are
I got
beautiful.
my little watermelons going right here.
Oh, wow. Tomatoes and watermelon. Now that's not in the same pot. No.
This one is my other watermelon.
Looking
That
good.
is awesome. How many
Then
are
I got my green peppers right here.
Oh,
Are-
wow.
Chance, are you in Texas? Look at that
I'm
green pepper.
yeah, I got a bunch of them. There's a few over there too. I got some cayenne peppers right here.
That looks like my son's garden. Where do you live, Chance?
Minnesota.
Wow.
And then here's my last but not least, my strawberries.
Those are looking good too.
That's the second harvest already.
Oh,
But the squirrels come after me with this. I got a trap out here. Look what I do. These little guys are vent menace. I got this little trap right here.
yeah.
Because they just, man, I'm at war with the squirrel or a possum. I don't know. I
Well,
think it's a squirrel.
you know, Chance,
Yeah.
you can make yourself kind of like a tent. You can take this mesh called Tulle, Tulle, and you
Okay.
make a framework out of PVC pipe and make yourself kind of like a greenhouse, only, and they don't want to mess with that material. If they get their claws caught up in that material, the birds too, they'll leave it alone. You might
Yeah.
find some birds caught in it someday, but it'll protect them.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Phyllis. I'm actually going to have to look in at, because this is the whole thing right here. You know, that's I watch it like a watchman. Guard it. I have to guard it. Come
Would be
outside
so
and blow the
easy.
shofar at them because they're out here just having a,
Chance, it would
Yeah.
be so easy for you to make a framework out of. You wouldn't even have to just make the back of your house. I mean, the side of your house, one side of the building. I mean, of the frame, and you
yeah,
got
kind of like right there.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I was looking at the neighbors. They had a pretty good deal going on there. They have like a basket thing, but yeah, these little guys, I wouldn't mind if they ate like one or two, but you're going to come ravage the whole garden. We got problems at that point. They just come and ravage me. It's like, I'm not growing it for them. It's for us, not just for you.
They'll take a bite and leave the rest of it to rot.
They have done that too. Yeah.
Well, wait until the raccoons show up, hon. There's
Oh, yeah.
You can just give up then. Just give up.
We got some deer running through here too. I talked to an older gal down the road, and she's got about $500 worth of flowers out front, and them deer will come up and just pluck her things, pluck her whole stand until there's nothing left. These ones are my favorite right here, Phyllis. Look at these. These are the little tomatoes. You see them?
Yes, I do.
These are my favorite. I just come outside and get in my car and pluck them, and I mean, they're so delicious. They've got a little sugary hint to them. But this harvest,
you remind me of my son Adam. That he grows like a little garden like that.
yeah, I think I got it best going on in the neighborhood. Yahuwah gives the increase, so maybe my
He
blessing
brings the
was
harvest.
sowing seed. I figured you'd like that. I talked to you last year about that last harvest, Phyllis.
Yeah, Chance, I had to turn mine over to the animals, but I did try
Oh,
growing
really?
some. I mean, have you seen the cucumbers? So I have grown some cucumbers. In fact, I've got a cucumber salad upstairs.
Oh,
Cucumbers and tomatoes and onions, and you just let them sit. And I don't even season it. I just eat it like that.
they got thorns on them. I wasn't a big fan of the cucumbers. They see like this right here. If you see, Phyllis, this kind of grows like the cucumbers. See this big old arm right here?
Yeah.
This is from watermelons, and they're just, look at the watermelons going from right here all the way into the little tomato garden. It's going all the way up the back of the wall. I can't control them. They're just going.
But what about the thorns? You said thorns. What?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, yeah. That's no big deal. And the cucumbers will have thorns on them too, but that's a sign that they're not ripe. If you pick them before the thorns are easily to come off, it means it's not ripe yet.
Well, what happened with me is when I had the cucumbers, I was reaching inside the the plant in itself to harvest some of the cucumbers, and the thorns got all over my arm and it got all itchy. And I was like, man, these things are just I'm gonna pass on the cucumbers this year. I got all itchy from them. So
You might be allergic.
June, I
yeah.
just got another fresh bag of cucumbers. Speaking of, so half goes to you if you want to. I don't know if you want to give them out. Mom, I'm sick of getting cucumbers.
I'll eat them.
I mean, I have enough to eat, but I live alone. I can only eat so many cucumbers a day.
Have you ever heard of pickles?
Oh, we have about 45 jars of pickles going and then some, and we still just have cucumbers. Mom and I are thinking about just destroying the bush because we're overgrowing in cucumbers, and we're kind of just like
One bush?
one bush. It's
One
good.
bush.
Yeah, and they're good. I brought one over to June's when I went over to her house to immerse myself, and we had lunch, and they're really good. They're so good, but they're just so plentiful. We have been extremely blessed and brute this.
I have never heard anybody complain about too many.
I'm really not trying to
complain,
but it's just like we go out there and it's like, where are they coming from? Well, every day we come out there and there's like 60 more. But yeah, we've got spears, we've got slices. Excuse me, sir. We've got all kinds of we got spicy pickles, dill pickles, sweet pickles, butter pickles. Any kind of pickles you want. I'll send you some pickles. Let me know.
If shipping wasn't so expensive, I'd say please.
Oh, I'd take care of that for you, Miss Phyllis.
Sounds like we got a lot of green thumbs in this assembly here.
It's because we read
In this what?
this assembly.
Green thumbs. Planters, sowed seers, or seed sowers.
So
We might have to get a song from Sandra in a minute if he doesn't want to come on today.
I've missed you all. I'm sorry I've been absent. My dad has been in and out of the hospital with some heart problems, and I've been changing my career and oh wait, I can't say it. Shoot. June knows, but I have some very exciting news and I can share it after the 11th of September. June can text you and let you know, Phyllis, what the news is. But I cannot share it live just in case my children are watching.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
It's I'm so excited. I can't wait. But I missed you all very much.
I see her little fingers working.
Oh, she's letting you know. She probably because it's such exciting news. We're getting flashed.
Oh, he has a visitor.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started here.
So I can shave.
We're in Zechariah, and I think we left off for chapter 5.
There's Talitha. We see your special visitors.
Zechariah chapter 5.
I didn't see Talitha. Where is she?
She's right here.
All right, who wants to read chapter 5? Get us going. Haste makes waste. Oh, go ahead, JJ.
Muchas gracias, Senor. All right. Zechariah chapter 5. And I lifted up my eyes again and looked and saw a flying scroll. And he said to me, "What do you see?" And I answered, "I see a flying scroll, 20 cubits long and 10 cubits wide." And he said to me, "This is the curse that goes forth over the face of all the Eretz. Everyone who is stealing shall go unpunished on the one side, according to it, and everyone who has sworn falsely shall go unpunished on the other side, according to it. I shall send it out, declares Yahuwah Tsaboeth, and it shall come into the house of the thief and the house of the one who shall swear falsely by my name. And it shall remain in the midst of his house and shall consume it, both its timber and stones." And the messenger who was speaking with me came out and said to me, "Lift up your eyes now and see what this that is going forth." And I said, "What is it?" And he said, "It is an ephah measure that is going forth." Again he said, "This is their appearance throughout the Eretz. And see, a lead cover lifted up, and this, an asha sitting inside the ephah measure." And he said, "This is wrongness." And he threw her down into the ephah measure and threw the lead weight over its mouth. And I lifted up my eyes and looked and saw two women coming with the wind in their wings. And they had wings like the wings of a stork. And they lifted up the ephah measure between Eretz and the Shamayim. Then I said to the messenger who was speaking to me, "Where are they taking the ephah measure?" And he said to me, "To build a house for it, and sorry about that, my dog, for it in the land of Shinar, and it shall be established and set there on its own base." Do you want me to keep going, or I know?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Okay. So, is there any questions on this chapter? Oh, don't forget, chapter 4 was, we left off talking about the two olive trees and how the spirituality of it all and everything, the two sons of oil. And so now it appears that the conversation is changing into a vision of a flying scroll, a rather lengthy one. And this is the curse that goes forth over the face of all the Eretz. Everyone who's stealing shall go unpunished on the one side, according to it, and everyone who has sworn falsely shall go unpunished on the other side. What does that mean? What do you mean go unpunished? I thought these were, punishable by death, but they're going to go unpunished. What's going on here? Anybody? June?
I'm thinking this is coming to their house and it's going to consume them. So this is like a confrontational billboard sign, like coming up and sitting in their house and confronting them with their sin and their unrighteousness and what they've been doing, and saying that he sees all and he knows all, and they're not going to go unpunished for this because he sees everything that they think he's not seeing. So.
Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts on it? Chance?
It would seem to me that it's like a curse where evil is going to increase in this time, at this period, and people are going to seem like they go unpunished. And this is when like the curse of perhaps wicked and evil will increase. That's it.
Yeah. So go ahead, Ross.
I see it as that he's just going to let them go and do whatever the heck they want to do. And then he'll take care of it afterwards. He'll just let them go in their debauchery and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then take care of it, you know,
Yeah.
because he sees everything, just like they said.
Okay, so the off measure, what is that? JJ?
Well, is it their appearance throughout the right? So is it their who they are showing their fruits, or what? I don't know. I kind of was questioning that myself. I don't really know, but that was just a good guess for me.
Anybody else? Ross?
Well, they were the alpha measure was covered with the lead, so they don't want that out. And so that's all, you know, it's just not something that was supposed to get out.
Yeah.
It's their sin, and is that also maybe the queen of heaven?
Yeah, I mean, it could be alluding to that. It says, what is it? And he said, it's an alpha measure that is going forth. This is their appearance throughout the arets. And see a lead cover lifted up in this. And Asha is sitting inside of it. And he said, this is wrongness. And he threw her down into the alpha measure and threw the lead weight over its mouth. So what do you think that's all about, man? What's going on there? Is this literal? Do you think it's some type of metaphor? So what would it mean? Kind of a really weird vision here, isn't it?
Kind of feel like it has to do with the end of times and kind of what's going on today, but that's just my own personal opinion on it. It's just what the Ruach was feeling through me when I was reading it earlier.
Yeah.
Lawlessness and corruption and just everything that Yahuwah hates and is against.
Okay, so we have 8 different visions here. So this would be like the 6th vision that we've read about. And so it is mainly focused on the flying scroll, right? But then, go ahead, Ross.
Well, they're specifically saying that the wings are like a stork. And you think about the bird, and it's a long, you know, it's a long, tall bird, and the wings stretch out big. And but they're precise in what they catch. You know, they're always looking to see, and they don't miss. And so that's something that I think is also going on. And that's why it's called a stork's wings.
Yeah. And so the flying scroll here is the main object of this vision, obviously. And so then as it goes down through this alpha measure, which is a way of measuring weights and gains measurement, right? The vision seems to expand out and start speaking about Yahuwah's judgment over all those who disobey his instructions. And quite ironically, this Asha sitting inside the alpha measure seems to have a little bit of correlation with the Asha that's riding the fourth avatar in Revelations, the beast, doesn't it? Do you think this is false religious teaching, and her teachings are being measured? Do you think it could have something to do with that? Go ahead, Talitha. Let me move this mic over here a little bit. Go ahead.
So yeah, once you mentioned the false teaching, then what I was thinking of is.
Can you guys hear her?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay.
That part, I don't know which scripture it is, but where it said that you will be measured by the same measurement you use against others. So I don't know, that was just coming up. So.
Yeah, go ahead, Chance.
What's coming to me is, there's a part in the living word here. It says, come out of Babel, come out of her, lest you share in her plagues and her crimes. So it'd be like perhaps like a religious teachings and falsehood. And it would be like maybe connected to the harlot, the great whore, sitting in the cup, the golden cup of Babylon, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, it does seem to have some sort of correlation with that. There's definitely there's weight and measures here. That's what that is, you know. But in 1 Corinthians, what Talitha was just talking about popped into my mind. You want to go there, 1 Corinthians 3. If this is, in fact, Yahuwah definitely judging people, you know, is being their works are being judged here. There's no doubt about it. But because that's what this is. Yeah, so this be put on the scale, you know, and I think it's maybe speaking of false teaching here, as in Jezebel type thing. But if we look at 1 Corinthians 3:15, we'll just say. Let me see that what I was looking for. Yeah. Okay, so it would be probably on 13 or 12. Okay, so starting in 12 there. So even though I think this vision is kind of flipping over to Yahuwah's judgment upon those who are disobeying Torah, I think it's also more of a spiritual application of those who are teaching falsehood, false doctrine, perhaps. So in 1 Corinthians 3:12, and if anyone builds on this foundation, speaking of, I probably should go to 11 so it comes out clear. For no one is able to lay any other foundation except that which is laid, which is Yahusha Mashiach. Okay. And if anyone builds on this foundation, which is Yahusha Mashiach, with gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, straw, each one's word shall be revealed, for the day shall show it up, because it is revealed by fire. And the fire shall test the work of each one, which sort it is. If anyone's work remains, which he has built on, he shall receive a reward. If anyone's work is burned, he shall suffer loss, but he himself shall be delivered, but so as through fire. basically by the skin of your teeth. So this seems to be a judgment or weighing out what your words are, how much of your words are truth and how much of your words are falsehood, what you're speaking. And it's being measured on Yahuwah's scale of judgment. If it tips this way and everything's burned up, say all your words are burned up, everything you were saying was not true. But as long as you were building on the proper foundation, which is Yahusha HaMashiach, you yourself aren't going to be thrown in the lake of fire, but all your works are going to be burned up. In other words, he's going to reveal your words, your works will be revealed as false. You were wrong. Okay, that's what it seems to me. But the thing that, with that said, that I want to point to here is the Asha. What's the Asha, man? Is women not, are they being forbidden to talk here, forbidden to teach here? Is women being pointed out here and singled out here? What's going on? Why is it saying an Asha? Go ahead, Roz.
Well, just like everything in scripture, it doesn't necessarily just mean it's a female. It's a both male and female. So it's going to be judgment on everybody. And it's just the sin is represented as the female in this. And so it's speaking to both male and female for having done the things out of it, their sin.
Okay. But what is symbolic of the Asha? That's what I'm asking you.
Where's the what?
What's symbolic of the Asha?
The body.
No. Yeah. Well, in a different, yeah, but that's different. That's not what I'm looking for. But it can be, though, Sandra. But that's a little bit different level of insight there. Anybody else?
I think
Roz was close. Go ahead, Chance.
Could it be speaking about the Asha that was sitting on the dragon or the beast, the great whore?
Yeah. So what is that? What's the symbol? What's that symbolize?
Whoring, like
But
false teeth.
In general,
the golden. Let me see if I can find this. The great whore of Babylon.
is what?
Just false teachings, drinking the wine. Yeah.
Right, religion. Right. So the woman is depicted, is symbolized here as religion. Right. So when you say over here, the woman that's riding the back of the beast, right? Let's see, it would be in 7. So Revelation 17:7. And the messenger said to me, why did you marvel? Let me explain to you the secret of the Asha and of the beast she rides, which has the 7 heads and the 10 horns. Beast that you saw was and is not, and has come up out of the pit of the deep and goes to destruction. And those dwelling on the Eretz, whose names are not written in the scroll of life from the foundation of the world, shall marvel when they see the behemoth that was and is not, and yet is. Okay. And so the woman here riding the back of the beast being what? The government control, the controllers, right? So the woman would be the religious leader. Pass me that little.
So what you're saying, Mark, is the clergy.
The clergy is a woman. Yeah. So right here. So see number 1 tier there. Yeah, let me do this so you can see it better. Hang on. Okay. So the number 1 tier there, the 4,300 religions, and there's 7 main religions. But the clergy is a woman, seen as a woman. That's the Asha that rides the beast. The beast is the government. There's 16 governments, the nobility. The controllers. These are the first tier, second tier are the controllers of the beast system.
Yeah, Mark, and you said it yourself too before, and it says that Yahuwah views this stuff serving other mighty ones as whoring. You know, like he sees it as like spiritual whoring. You know, like
yeah, correct. So I'm just pointing that out as this vision here. See a flying scroll. Obviously, they're doing what they want to do, and it almost seems like this is this flying scroll, and it's because it says everyone who is stealing shall go unpunished. So what it seems like to be to me is like the commandments of Satan, of the beast, which is what? Do as thy will. There's no punishment. Go do as thy will. Sin all you want.
the Torah's been done away with.
Yeah, the Torah's been abolished. Type thing. Is this? Do you think that this is prophecy? A manifest, kind of a manifestation or revealing to us that Torah will be done away with in the end times, and that in the woman, that's sitting inside this alpha measure, in the end times, in the tribulation years, Yahuwah's going to make it real simple. Okay, he's going to remove all the religions, all of them. So you don't have to worry about if you're in the right church or not. He's going to remove them all, and he's going to make the anti-Messiah order the false prophet to create a one world government, and there'll be a one world priest under a one world government. That's it. And so your decision is going to follow the woman or follow the light. That's the only decision you'll have to make. And so there's your scale. And is it wrong for the woman to be sitting inside of that thing to try to tip the scale into her favor? That's wrong because it's cheating. So he grabs her and throws her down in the bucket and slams the lid on her. Gets rid of her, doesn't he? Everybody picking up what I'm laying down now? I'm just saying. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this, Talitha? Did you have something?
I didn't. You answered before, but where I'm like unsure about is here because the scale on both sides, they're in the wrong, and they're both going unpunished. So what did you mean about the two?
Oh, that was the scroll.
Okay.
So in other words, do as you will.
Yeah.
So no, they're not going to be punished for stealing. They're not going to be punished for what was the other one? False witnessing.
False.
Things like that.
Sworn
So
falsely. Okay.
basically, do as you will, right? There's no rules.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, that's what it kind of seems to be saying to me. I don't know. Go ahead, Chance.
Something that's just come to me right now is here's the patience of the Kadashim. We need to hold on because this beast system, this whore is going to be trying and wearing out the Kadashim for the changing of times, the changing of the laws, changing the Shabbat. And here we are as, Natsarim trying to proclaim truth, but we are literally battling against this system of control here in these end times. So the patience of the Kadashim, we need to hold on and understand because we're being warned of these times that are coming. That's all.
Yeah, look at this, 5 through 11 on this thing here. Okay. So 5 through the end of the chapter there. It seems to be talking about this Asha, okay? And this Asha seems to be in this open basket or whatever it is. What is he calling it?
Alpha measure.
What's she setting in? A vessel or something?
Off a measure.
Okay, well, on a scale or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, and so she's the lid's thrown on her. But the thing of it here is that then you see there's two women that appear. You see that? And I on 9, and I lifted my eyes and looked and saw two women carrying the wind in their wings, and they had wings like the wings of a stork. And they lifted up the ephah measure between the arets and the Shemaim, right? And they seemed to hear. Then I said to the messenger, who was speaking to me, who were speaking to me, where are they taking it? And he said, to build a house, for it is in the land of Shinar. Does anybody know where that is? The land of Shinar? Where's Shinar? Go ahead, Jim.
Babylon.
Babylon. So this is going to, he's taking this Asha that was measured, was doing this cheating on the scale, and taking her and dropping her off in Babylon. And it shall be established and set there on its own base. It says, speaking of, that's where all the false teaching. So everybody knows Babylon is symbolic of the world, right? The evil and the wickedness of the world. So isn't that amazing that dropping her off in Babylon? See what I'm saying? So now we go back over to Revelations again, to 17, where we're at. And it says, Babel, Babel, the great, the mother of the whores and abominations of the arets. See the correlation? Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Everybody's making the connection there? The Babel? And the false teaching coming out of Babel? Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 5? Anybody seeing this vision differently at all? June?
Are the two women that were coming with the wind in their wings, is this symbolizing the Ruach of Yahuwah intervening in this situation?
I think so. I think it has something to do with correct teaching, maybe, and this is a stretch here now, maybe the Tanakh and then the Natsarim writings, the truth, carrying away the false teacher, dropping her off where she belongs into Babylon, getting rid of her. Say, stay where you belong. Go back to where you came from. Go back to Babel. You mother of harlots, right? False teachers, doctrine of demons, this type of thing. What did Jezebel teach the Israelites? Her and King, Habar was his name? Abba, I can't remember his name. Ahab. King Ahab and Jezebel. What were they teaching the Israelites? Chance?
The worship of that Baal, bringing forth Lord into this whole situation, which the whole world seems to be still consumed by.
All right. Okay, so Roz? We can't hear you. Mic's off. Yeah, I can't turn it on for you because you're the one that turned it off. So you'll have to turn it on yourself. And by the way, we have 3 more openings here. I mean, if you're able, come on, fill up the live stream here. Go ahead, Chance.
Hey, Mark, didn't all Yahoo build an altar, and then the servants of Baal built an altar, and all Yahoo made them choose between the two? If Yahuwah is Elohim, serve Yahuwah, and if Baal is your all, serve him. And then they built that altar, and Yahuwah rained fire and consumed the offering all Yahoo offered up, and then the worshippers of Lord pretty much got shame on their face, and then all Yahoo brought them down and slaughtered a lot of the servants of Lord, and he made them choose between the two. And then they said they all lifted their hands once they seen the works of Yahuwah, and their belief was restored to them, and they said, "Praise Elohim."
Yeah. Yeah, that seems to be the measure, and doesn't the scales, doesn't it? I mean, really. It's all decide who you're going to serve. That's all it comes down to, and there's only 2 choices. Does the scale have more than 2 cups on it? Usually not, right? It only has like 2, right? And they start waiting, and they either stay steady or one tips the other way, right? Like this. It's only 2 choices. There's no more than 2 choices. Go ahead, Chance.
Something that just came to me is, I think in Uyakra, Yahuwah says to keep a perfect measure. So he says to keep a perfect measure. I forget how that one goes, Mark, but I read it a while back, and I think it's in Uyakra where he says, keep a perfect scale that keeps perfect measures. I can't get it right now. I have to look it up. But if you can catch my draft there.
Leviticus 19:35, I think. I think that's it.
So there's also Mashal 11. A false scale is an abomination to Yahuwah, but a perfect weight is his delight.
That's a good one. What's that one?
That's Mashal, Proverbs 11:1.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Roz.
I couldn't get my mic on before. That's why I had to leave. I have a friend that I met over at the shelter, and she's starting to come over in with Yahuwah and Yahusha. And as soon as I told her who Baal was, she said that made sense because drug lords, they call them drug lords. And that the fact that that's like what they do, like Baal does to the whole world, enticing them and causing them to sin, and they get drunk or high on the drugs. So I just want to share that.
Oh, that's pretty crazy. Go ahead, Phyllis.
You asked earlier, what did Jezebel teach them? And besides Baal worship, what else could she teach them?
She could be teaching them truth. I mean,
Oh, no, I meant she taught them lies. You want to know what she taught them? And she taught them lies. Was there something else in addition to that she taught them?
oh no. She was married to the king of the northern tribes, and they should have been worshiping Yahuwah all the time, but this wicked king and this wicked queen, if you will, Jezebel, was teaching their subjects to worship idol, to worship Baal, which I believe was a Phoenician, God, and so that they corrupted the children of Israel. That's why she got ate by dogs and became dog manure. Go ahead, Sandra.
So concerning verse 9, I lifted up my eyes and looked and saw two women coming with the wind in their wings. They had wings like the wings of a stork, and they lifted up the upper measure between the Oretz and the Shamaim.
Uh-huh.
In Aud 39, verse 13.
Okay, hang on a minute. Everybody hang on a minute. Hey, when we give Hebrew references, can we follow up with the more common known name? Because I don't want to leave anybody behind or getting angry and getting out of here because they can't understand what we're saying.
Okay, Aud is the book of Job, called the book of Job. In verse 13, it said 39:13, it says, the wings of the ostrich flap joyously, but they are not the pinions and plumage of kindness. She leaves her eggs in the ground and warms them in the dust. And she forgets that her foot might crush them, or a wild beast tread on them. She treads her young harshly, as if not hers. Her toil is in vain without fear. And I brought that up. I'm reading that because in here, he's talking about these two women. And we're looking at the beast system. One is the clergy, the other is the governmental system. And these two rulers, or the stork, has lifted up in pride. And I'm basing it on, they lifted up the upper measure. They are lifted up in pride, arrogancy, and falsehood. And against the word of Yahuwah is what I'm getting out of this. I don't know if you can follow me with that or not. But in remember when Matithyahu, which is Matthew 23, verse I don't want to read the whole chapter. He's saying, woe to the Prussian. He said they have Musha's laws and things there, but he said they tied this, they tied that, but they left off righteousness, they left off right ruling, they were still being oppressive and stuff like that. So this is kind of like what is the beast is doing, is oppressing the people. And like Talitha read, he hates unjust weight. And it's also a scripture in there said that all the weights in the bags are his, but he wants it. The Sister June pointed out in Leviticus, he gives what weights and what measurements for each and everything. And now that we're under that seal with that black horse, does that make sense? The black horse riding. So we got injustice, we got oppression, tyranny, all the kinds of things that's going on right now today. And this is kind of like what this is about, is what I was getting. I don't know. I might be a little wrong.
That's what I was saying, Sandra, is like, I feel like it's going on with what's going on with today, you know, and everything, like with the lawlessness and all the things that are about to change. And I think that the two women signify, like, you know, either the like two paths in life, either life of honor and in life, and the other one that leads to death and destruction. That was just my thought, but I could be wrong on that. I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead, Chance.
I don't know if this coincides, and I don't want to stretch nothing, but what are your thoughts, with these two women coming with the wind? And another word for wind would be ruach. So, I'm wondering if the ruach is somehow here revealing this stuff, and the two-winged women would be like messengers. I don't know. Might be a stretch.
Yeah, to me, it's symbolic of righteousness or true teaching to me, I don't take it into any type of literal phase myself, but could be. But obviously, if it's talking about Yahuwah, I mean, Yahuwah's truth, so it could be actually referring to you, a chance for sure.
And I've noticed in a few, especially in like Shemut, Yahuwah would bring judgment with an east wind. You know what I mean? So this is right up the alley of some sort of a judgment, and
Yeah, it's definitely got the scales there. The alpha measures a scale, so there's definitely the scale's always it basically points to judgment. The scale tip in your favor, or does it tip against you? So yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Roz.
Isn't that also in modern day reference where it's got the woman holding the two scales? The things in the law.
Yes,
in
right.
The courthouses.
Yeah, who's that woman represent? Wisdom.
Yeah.
It represents wisdom on the scales of justice that you're talking about. Go ahead, Chance.
we have another judgment with the horse that's holding the balances at the end when inflation comes. For a 1 measure of wheat and a 1 measure of barley, a whole day's wages, which speaks and cries out inflation, famine coming, a judgment. Well, I think what I was trying to find in Leviticus or Uyakra is a right weight and a perfect weight in your bag. Have a right weight and a perfect weight, which speaks about righteousness, obedience.
Oh yeah, back here in these ancient times, man, if you will, people cheated on the scales, so they had counterweights, right? So there would be like a 1 alpha, okay, and they would set it on there. Then they would fill up the other scale with the product until it balanced, and then they would put it in a bag or basket, or whatever, and give it to them. Well, people would cheat. So they would go in there and they drill out the hole, put some heavy metal in there, or whatever, to make it heavier. So they give them less of the product, and they would cheat on the scales. That was common practice back in these days.
And Chance, that's Leviticus 19:35 that you're looking for, dear.
You want to go ahead?
19 what?
19:35.
You want to read that?
Yeah. If you want to, Chance, you can, or I can.
I got to get there if you want to.
Okay. Oh my gosh, I just lost it.
I'm here. I can do it if you want.
Thank you. I just totally lost my page. I had it and I went somewhere else. Go ahead.
1935 Uyakra or Leviticus. Do no unrighteousness in right ruling, in measurement or of length, in weight, or in measuring liquids. Have right scales, right weights, a right ephah, and a right hin. I am Yahuwah your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Natsarim. And you shall guard all my laws and all my right rulings and do them. I am Yahuwah.
Very good. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions on chapter 5? A little bit deeper than you thought, isn't it? On surface, it doesn't seem to be a whole lot there, but man, once you start diving into it, it's like, whoa. Go ahead, Chance.
So on verse 11 here, he says, and he said to me to build a house for it in the land of Shinar, which we found is Babylon, and it shall be established and set there on its own base. Could this be the golden cup that the nations drink from and go mad?
It could be, but on the other side of the coin, it could be a prophecy that says he's going to free the people from Babylon. So I guess it's however you interpret that. Go ahead, Roz.
I kind of feel like it's a prison. Like, she's being brought to a prison. And that's, as soon as we read that before.
Generally speaking here, when they talk about building a house, it's like we just talking about in 1 Corinthians 3. You know, so remember when Yahuwah last week when we read that Yahuwah told them, stop building houses for yourself, you start building my house. You see what I'm saying? So the house can be, include like, your teaching or your belief or system or, your morals, whatever. See what I'm saying? It doesn't necessarily have to be a physical building. See what I'm getting at? And so a temple as well, it doesn't necessarily have to be physical. Okay. It can be symbolic of different righteousness or unrighteous behavior as well. So, you see what I'm saying? But it can be either one because like I've said a million times, man, scripture's both literal and spiritual. Go ahead, Roz.
It could be that he was putting them with a reprobate mind too. And doing everything because they're doing everything wrong anyway. And they won't even realize that they're doing wrong.
Yeah, where it says, and it shall be established and set there on its own base is a foundation. I mean, so we could see it either way. Like I just said, what Chance was saying, or it could be the other way around. It could be saying, describing the Babylon's going to be free. They're going to have their own base rather than the wicked foundation that everything Babylon's built on. There's going to be a different foundation, their own base, which is going to be a righteous one. And so indicating freedom given to Babylon's going to be set free. Every nation of the world is going to have representation in millennium, right? Everybody, everybody's going to have representation, all nations. Yahuwah always sets a remnant aside, no matter what. Always. Look at Elijah. He thought he was the only one left. He thought Babylon had taken over the world, tore down all Yahuwah's altars, and he was the only one left that worshiped Yahuwah. In the middle of all that sin, idolatry, there was little Elijah hiding in the cave thinking he was the only one left in Babylon. But was he? No. Yahuwah said, that's nonsense, Elijah. I've set aside 7,000 men that have not bowed the knee to Baal. See what I'm saying? So even in the middle of Babylon here, it always doesn't have to be talking about disaster or destruction or wickedness. There can be some good there in the middle of Babylon. To me, that's what this is saying. But I see both points really. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Chance.
What's kind of coming to me is I agree with all the interpretations. It's just screaming out to me that it's the wrath and indignation in that cup, and the home base is Babel, and we're being told to come out of Babel lest you share in the curses and plagues. So it seems like this cup was set in Babel for the wrath and indignation that turns all the nations mad because they decided to go in lawlessness and they, went after the whore.
Yeah, it could be. There's definitely two sides. I mean, there's, like I said, there's only two choices, man. Good, evil. Good, evil. You don't got any other choices, man. That's it. So
light, darkness.
Yeah, it could be either one. Go ahead, Roz. Can't be nothing more than that, though. It's got to be either one. Go ahead, Roz.
There's no warm water.
Yeah, there's warm water, but if the scripture says he rather that you be totally hot or totally cold. And if you stick in the middle and you ride the fence, he's gonna spew you out of his mouth. He hates that. And you know what this tells to me? It says if you're a totally wicked person you still have you have a better shot of being delivered from the lake of fire than somebody who's warm and won't make a decision. You know why? Because this is a game, man. This is a game of life. You either fight for you get on Yahuwah's side or you get on the devil's side. Ain't no riding the fence. You don't get to sit there and watch and say, let me see who's winning. Oh, Yahuwah's winning right now. I'm going to go over here. Oh, the devil seems to be taking over. I'm going to go over his side. You can't ride the fence. Yahuwah hates that. And you don't have a chance in the world of being delivered, in my opinion, if you're warm. He said, I'll spew you out of my mouth. Sounds nasty to me. Anybody else?
Is it safe to say, Mark, those who are not in the Torah are cursed under the Torah?
Those who don't have Torah will be judged without Torah. Those who have Torah will be judged with Torah. Go
And
ahead. Go ahead, Chance.
If you break one of the commandments, you broke them all. So being lukewarm, you know, what's the point?
What's the point? Exactly. Go ahead, Oz.
Well, I don't know. I see, like, when I read the flying scroll, I mean, reading everything, like all these verses, it comes to me that the flying scroll might be like what we're talking about, the symbol of the Lady of Justice who holds the scale. So could it be that the flying scroll is laws written, but men's laws, but in the sense of like, this is, like he's saying that this is the curse that goes for over the face of the Aret, right? So it's not just going to Babylon, it's going everywhere. It's like this false pretending justice teachings or pretending just laws that, you know, instead of actually punishing the wrongdoers, they're letting them free, right? Because he's saying ultimately here that, you know, the storm falsely shall go unpunished. So there are like these fake laws that appear to be just, but the reality they aren't, which we can see, right? I mean, we can see the whole Epstein thing going on. You know, it's like everyone's going unpunished, and there are all these laws that pretend to be just, but they are totally unjust. So the scroll to me potentially is like this. There are these laws that they don't really work for anybody, and I agree with the Asha might be the symbol of justice, right? The holding the scales. But I think it more than it's setting base in Babylon, but it is saying that it applies to everyone. This course around the world is not just to like we will go under the wrong, like if we're not prepared, we can just fall for the wrong teachings ultimately. Anyway.
Yeah, that the curse. That when you brought up the flying scroll, and it's a curse. You know, to me, this is the false teaching or the delusion that's come upon the world is a curse, isn't it? It absolutely is, man. And you can even take that back to what Chance was saying about the golden cup full of abominations as well, right? This could be the curse too. Go ahead, Ross. False teaching.
Okay, so in Romans 1, starting at verse 26, because of this, Yahuwah gave them over to degrading passions, for even their women exchanged conventional relations for what is against convention. And likewise, the men also, having left conventional relations with women, burned in their lust for one another, men with men committing indecency and receiving in return the penalty which was due for their straying. And even as they did not think it worthwhile to possess the knowledge of Yahuwah, Yahuwah gave them over to a reprobate mind to do what is improper, having been filled with all wickedness, wrong wickedness, whoring, wickedness, greed, evil, filled with envy, murder, fighting, deceit, evil habits, whispers. Sorry.
Go ahead, Chance.
Something that came upon me here with that flying scroll, since it got brought up, is like the laws and right rulings that were given in a lot of these crimes were punishable by death. And being that we turned aside from the laws and the commands Yahuwah had given us, the world is going to grow more wicked and evil, because by killing a person that was found guilty of a commandment that would have been killed for, would purge the evil. So it's kind of like a curse. If we don't keep his word, evil is going to expand and keep coming, and it's like kind of like the law. We're not keeping the laws and right rulings anymore, and we kind of turned aside, and some people are getting confined for crimes that perhaps would have been punishable by death. So evil continues to flourish.
Yeah, false teaching is a curse, and because it's, if you follow it, it's gonna put you into the lake of fire. Anybody else?
Could this be like a foreshadow also of the in here in this part of the like when he's saying in here of the unpunished ones, could it be a foreshadow of the moment when Yahusha was wrongly accused?
Where at?
This verse 3.
Verse 3.
Verse 3, verse 4. It's like when he's saying that everyone who's stealing shall go unpunished on the one side according to it, and everyone who has sworn falsely shall go unpunished. And it could be a foreshadow of like what happened when they swore falsely to accuse him in the moment that he was being trial by Pilate. And now this is like it's part of our curse, of the curse that happened to those forefathers, to have sworn falsely and accuse him. And now, therefore, we're under this curse, like that set for the, how do you say it legally? There's a word legally that they use when somebody,
I think, verse 4 there, maybe. Anybody else seeing that? What are you saying? It does seem like it. I shall send it out, declares Yahuwah Sabaoth, and it shall come into the house of the thief and the house of the one who shall swear falsely by my name, and it shall remain in the midst of the house and shall consume it, both its timber and stone. That could be talking about the temple, kind of. It could be talking about when they brought Yahusha in there.
A precedent.
Unprecedented?
A precedent.
Anybody else any thoughts, comments, questions on that? That is kind of like, I could see that, what he's saying. Sandra?
I would deem this as a question because it sounds like to me, because Yahuwah says his word is steadfast, is unremovable. In other words, remember when Yahusha said, not one jot, one tittle is going to remove. This flying scroll is indicating changing the truth and teaching the false teachings. It is representing that they're changing it to, like what you were saying earlier, to where good is rewarded, rather good is denounced and evil is rewarded, rather than good obeying Yahuwah's word. That's what I'm kind of like wondering. Does this flying scroll represent, because they're changing the doctrine, they're changing the truth, calling good evil and rewarding those that are doing wrong. That's what's happening today. Teaching lies and apostasy against the word. And therefore, in not obeying that, you're teaching and causing curse to come upon you and they're saying they're going to give a reward for that.
Okay, anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions?
That was a question.
Did anybody else want to answer Sandra's question?
I personally, I've looked at this, and I think it makes sense to look at the word thief. And sometimes I know that it's not correct when you can just compare words and try to say that scriptures also match each other, but to put the idea out there that Jesus mentions thieves and he mentions who they are, specifically those people of his time that were denying him and wanted to put him up on the cross. He mentions them as thieves. And then, so there's another aspect to it. Those that swear falsely, those are people who are trying to portray Jesus in a manner that he is not truthfully meant to be portrayed in. So immediately what comes to my mind is going to be somebody like the worshipers of the crescent moon, right? They're going to say Jesus was never on the cross or he never resurrected. And there's several other people that are going to be thrown into that bucket too, in my opinion. But I mean, I think I've looked at it several times, and that is the ultimate conclusion. And if you do look at Shinar and you say it's Babylon, well, I mean, I tend to look at like Daniel 8:2 because that's a future prophecy, and I believe that he is standing right in Babylon, but and that's located on the like a canal of some kind, which connects right in between Iraq and Iran, I believe. And the reason why I think that that's the case is because Shinar, if you look it up, says people of the East. So then if it's east, that means east of Israel. So you're not going to be going towards, like Greece or something, because I know Greece is in those, Daniel 8 and 9. But if it's to the east, then that would mean, I would think it is in the Ulai Canal, Ulai. And that's what I come to the conclusion, because it mentions a specific plot of land. But yeah, to answer your question, I think the thief is clear who that is. And then, so it would be Jews and referring to Jews and Gentiles, basically. Jews are thieves that don't believe. The ones that do believe are going to be saved. The other ones are talking about Gentiles who are swearing falsely about who Jesus is, because after his resurrection, it's obvious people are going to either accept as it's read, or they're going to deviate into whoever they want to shape Jesus into being,
Okay. All right. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, questions on the chapter 5? Go ahead, Chance.
I remember a teaching master Yahusha said, he said, a thief enters the sheepfold by another way, so that just came to my mind. The thief comes to kill, steal, and destroy, and the sheep shall enter through the door, but a thief shall try to climb up a different way. I don't want to butcher that too much, but that just came to me.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say, because he was preaching that to who? The lost sheep of the house of Israel is who he came to. So originally, the thief message was for the Jews. So there's two sides of the scroll. There's going to be a Jewish side, and then there's going to be the Gentile side, because there's going to be Gentiles that are misrepresenting who he is too. That's the way that I'm seeing it. The way that you just saw
Okay,
it.
hang on a minute. Now, can you show yourself and like raise your hand if you want to input? I mean, Scripture's pretty clear. There is no such thing as a Jew or a Gentile. So let's let Oz go, because he's got his hand up. Go ahead, Oz.
Well, now that he mentioned about the two thieves, what it comes to me is, no matter in which side of the scale you are, because now that I see the two thieves next to Yahusha representing the scale, and in both sides of the scale is the curse, because we're not, no matter who we are on both sides of the scale, we're unrighteous in this world. We're all sinners. So whether you're on one side or the other side, the justice only came through him. The justice only came through him. But what I'm trying to say is that On the two sides of the scales, you have both are sinners, and they both weighed the same, right? So, but it was only through his belief that the scale went on one side to give forgiveness and to give it was through that simple act of belief that the scale went on one side towards because they were both thieves, they were both cursed, they were both sinners ultimately, and I think that what is speaking here about this flying scroll, like, we're all cursed in this world, we're all sinners, we have no option here unless is by Yahusha's Mashiach, no, that we can actually be saved.
No, I think you're probably spot on. I agree with you.
I'm sorry, I was trying to say it differently.
But I picked up what you're laying down. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on this? It's what he's saying is true. You know, we're all sinners. We're all unrighteous until Yahuwah comes in and indwells us. You know, and then the scale tips in our favor, not because of our righteousness, but because of the righteousness of He who indwells us. And there's no Jew or Gentile or woman or man or none of that has anything to do with anything. That's bigotry, and it's it's religious based garbage. And so I prefer we don't get into that type of quarrel here. We're trying to study Zechariah. If we can stay on subject, I'd appreciate it. Stop getting off a subject, if you will. Dub, go ahead, man.
Yeah, so when I'm reading it and I think about scales, I also think about having uneven scales. And so it makes me think about believers and how there is an aspect to this game where you're not supposed to try to judge people, because it's a very slippery slope. Now, the thieves, as I was referring to him before, and the gentleman in the red shirt had said, he realizes there might be something to do with the New Testament there, and how those people are going to treat their own people a certain way, and everyone else is going to get mistreated because they're not of the same clan. Now, it's the same thing on the other side, where it's like, even a false swearer, well, that's somebody who's not telling the truth, but everyone who is in that clan is going to tip the scales over that way. So it's like being in the middle in this example, I believe, is the good thing, and that's where we should be. If you're a believer in Jesus, in essence, then you're leaving all of the scale tipping in his hands, and therefore you don't have unequal scales. If you're familiar with those passages, which I think you are, but
yeah, there's a lot of conflict between nations and between races and all that. Obviously, people quarrel and fight and argue between each other. And if you want to look at that as being on a scale, I guess we can. But I think here, this is more speaking of righteous and unrighteous, or truth and falsehood. The woman here was trying to influence with her false teaching, and then so Yahuwah came in and took it away and took her back over and dumped her in Babylon, where she belongs. I think that's the basic understanding of this vision. But don't forget, we're talking about a vision here, okay? I know it's easy to get off on tangents, and I'm not one to say don't do it, because I get off on a lot of tangents, but let's try to stay on subject. Go ahead, Roz.
I lost my train of thought for what it was.
Okay.
It'll come to me. All right. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else on chapter 5? Anything about chapter 5 you want to? Thoughts, comments, or questions? If not, I need a reader for chapter 6. June.
All right.
I almost called you June Bug, but just stop.
My family calls me that.
I was a June bug too. My mom called me that.
Oh, wow. All right. Chapter 6, verse 1. And I lifted up my eyes again and looked, and saw 4 chariots coming from between 2 mountains. And the mountains were mountains of bronze. With the first chariot were red horses, and with the second chariot, black horses. and with the third chariot, white horses, and with the fourth chariot, strong speckled horses. So I responded and said to the messenger who was speaking to me, "What are these, my master?" And the messenger answered and said to me, "These are 4 spirits of the Shemaim coming forth from presenting themselves before the master of all the Arets. The one with the black horses is going out to the land of the north, and the white ones have gone out after them, and the speckled ones have gone out to the land of the south. And the strong ones went out, eager to go, to walk to and fro in the Arets. And he said, 'Go, walk to and fro in the Arets.' So they walked to and fro in the Arets."
Okay, stop. All righty, man. So this is my favorite vision. Obviously, most of you probably know that. These 4 chariots here sees Zechariah seeing 4 horses and pulling these chariots of different colors, and so we know that this is symbolic, and it's prophecy, symbolic prophecy. It's a vision, and so this means something way more than just the color of the horses, right? And so it's talking about something well beyond just the color of the horses. And so notice that the horses quickly ran away throughout the entire earth. And as a result, Yahuwah's Ruach has rest. Okay, so this vision here is, I think, mixed, really closely collaborates with Revelation 6:1. When we talk about the first four seals, or the first 4 horses of the apocalypse, if you will, are the first 4 seals. I think there's great correlation and great between them two, great understanding of what's going on here. Okay, and so let's look at it a little bit here, and then I'll open it up to you. So obviously, the biggest thing here that helps understand Revelation 6:1-8 about the horses of the apocalypse here is where it says in 5, "And the messenger answered and said to me, These are 4 spirits of the Shemaim, coming forth from presenting themselves before the master of all the Arets." Okay, so the horses are spirits. Okay, and so are they spirits as in angels or messengers? No, they're not. They're powers. They're a great, powerful influence that's come down upon the earth. Okay, that's what this is. And so here in Zechariah, that verse 5 is extremely important in order to understand Revelation 6:1-8. So you might want to mark that. Now, the color of the horses are not exactly the same as in Revelation. Of course, Revelation doesn't mention the chariots, but they do have riders. Okay, so there's no riders here, but there are chariots. That really right there, the chariots just means that it's kind of the same mission type thing. Okay, but when you get over to the 4 horses of the apocalypse, the riders are named differently. And so they have different missions. They're different riders. They're named differently. Here they're not. They're all chariots. You know what I'm saying? So that shows that they're in sync on what they're supposed to be doing. In other words, okay. And so the black horse is the same. The white horse is the same, and the red horse is the same. And then it says a strong speckled horse rather than a green horse. Okay. And so even though that color is not the same, the understanding of the color is. And what I mean by that is that the speckled ones are like frogs. Okay. They're unclean. Okay. And so we can see them as an unclean horse. Why? Because they teach a doctrine of demons. Okay. They take false witness out into the world, false testimony. So they're unclean. That's the connection between the speckled horse and the green horse. Okay. Everything else, pretty much the same. So two things real quick. We're going to go to Revelation 6. Just bear with me here. But before we go there, I just want to point this out. Notice that the black horse, in verse 6, the one with the black horses is going out into the land of the north. So they're going to heading for the northern hemisphere. All right. And the white ones have gone out after them. You see that? So the black horse and the white horse are both going up and influencing the northern hemisphere in general speaking here now. Okay. And then I'll get into that in Revelations, but then when you go down and look at the speckled ones have gone out to the land of the south. Okay, so they're going to be they went to the southern hemisphere. Okay. And then it says on 7, and the strong ones, which is the red horse, went out eager to go walk to and fro in the arets. And he said, go walk to and fro in the arets. And so they walked to and fro in the arets. So this is speaking of conquering, war, things like that. And so this is an army marching around causing havoc around the entire world. See that? So they're not totally confined to or staying in either of the hemispheres. They're going throughout the arets. Okay, everybody with me on that so far? We're going to take all that information. We're going to go look at Revelations now. Go ahead, Ross.
I just want to say it's always a description of the devil that he's always going to and fro. It was like that in Job.
Yeah. There's different levels of insight on all prophecies. Okay. There's the main message in prophecy, and then there's different levels off of that main level of prophecy, main understanding. Okay, and that's one of them. Yeah, Scripture does say, who asked the devil where he was at, he said, on the arets going to and fro, seeking who I may devour. Okay, so we all know, we're all familiar with that one. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just thinking that's why we're having all these wars and rumors of wars and killings and in Jeffersonville, Indiana, someone was beheaded. They're still investigating that.
Yeah, these colored horses are heavy influence that's been with us for a long time. All right. And they continue to be with us, and they're going to continue to be with us because it's the way Yahuwah is punishing people. And He's punishing them with conquest, war, famine, and death. Now, can you name any other type punishment that Yahuwah could use on humans that would be worse than any of those 4? Because I can't think of any. Go ahead, Roz.
I wanted to say this. This is what it was before. The rumors of wars and stuff like that. A lot of these things that they're putting out there, the media is putting out, and it's fake stories. That they're saying that, like I just had somebody tell me that there was a lot of unrest in New Orleans. There isn't any, they're not having people going and talking and picketing and all that kind of thing. So that's just the media trying to stir up trouble.
Oh. And so I want to go off into Revelations now, but before we do, look at verse 8. We didn't read it, but I just want you to notice, so we'll come back to it. It says, and he called to me and spoke to me, saying, see, those who go toward the land of the north have given rest to my Ruach in the land of the north. You see that? So these chariots, as they quickly went out throughout the Eretz, had the result of giving Yahuwah's Ruach rest. That's why they're all chariots. So nothing's happened yet, as far as these, the reason he sent these out in this vision. All right. Now, don't worry about that, but take the rest of what I told you and go over to Revelations. So Revelations 6. Get to the 4 horses of the apocalypse. All right. So here we go. We have 1 through 8, the 4 horses of the apocalypse, or the first 4 seals. And so it says, and I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard one of the 4 living creatures saying like a sound of thunder, come and see. And I looked and I saw a white horse, and he who sat on it holding a bow. Notice he doesn't have arrows. And a crown was given to him, and he went out overcoming and to overcome. Okay, so this white horse here. Now remember what these white horses are. From Zechariah, we know that these 4 horses are spirits. Okay, so the four horses are 4 spirits or ruachs, powerful influence over the people of the earth is what it is. Okay, and so this white horse has a rider, and the rider's name is Conqueror. He's a conqueror. The white horse itself is a power, a spiritual power that is controlling or influencing the world. So who would that be? Pass me that board back up here. It's a religion. Remember what controls the world? The governments and religions, the clergy and the nobility, the 2 controllers. Okay, and so the clergy power is the white horse and the green horse, and the nobility, the government's going to be the black horse and the red horse. Those 2 right there is who controls the world, that controls the beast. Those are your controlling powers. That's the controllers put in power by Satan. He's the ruler of the world. Of course, everything's under the will of Yahuwah. You don't lose sight of that. All right, so the white horse then would represent all of Christianity, one of the largest religions on the planet right now as we speak. And its rider is Conqueror. So they're out trying to influence everybody to come over to their side and worship the way they worship, follow their doctrine, their religions. This includes all of Christianity, Protestant and Catholic alike. It's no difference. The Catholicism church is the mother. The harlots are just the Protestant churches. So the mother of the harlots, okay, is the white horse with all her daughters, which are the Protestant churches. Okay, and now we get down to the second seal. He opened the second seal. I heard the second living creature saying, come and see. And another horse, fiery red. went out, and it was given to the one who sat on it to take peace from the Eretz, and that they should slay one another. And a great sword was given to them. So remember, the red horse is going out through the whole world, right? And here it says so, to take peace from the Eretz. Okay. Notice that most of Christianity is the headquarters and everything is up in the northern hemisphere, by the way. And so the red horse here, riders war. And so war rides this horse, is the rider of the horse, and the horse itself representing communism. Another great power, but this time it's a governmental power, isn't it? It's not a religious power, it's a governmental power. Red represents communism. Everybody should know that. White represents Christianity. Everybody should know that. Look at the Pope mobile. And everything the Pope has, everything's white. Even the flag, Christian flag is as well. And so he takes us down to the third seal. Now notice that these spirits that were sent out in Zechariah are now active and present and working. Why? Because this is the exact condition of the world when Yahusha returns. How do we know that? Because revelation means the revealing of the second coming of Yahusha. That's what this book means. It's about revealing the return, second coming of Yahusha. So all these powers will be active and working at his return. So then we have the third seal. And when he opened the third seal, I heard the third living creature say, "Come and see." And I looked and I saw a black horse. And he who sat on it, holding a pair of scales in his hand. Okay, this is a fantastic representation of a government power on the earth right now. Okay. And the Chicago Board of Trade is what this is telling you. What a prophecy this is when you understand it. So the black horse represents capitalism then. The color black represents capitalism. Everybody should know that. It's not a secret. And famine rides it. Why? Because if you're lazy and you don't work in a capitalistic government, you're going to starve. And a lot of people are starving because they're too lazy to go work. You're on your own in a capitalist country to produce to wherever you want to be. If you want to be living on the street and be starving and be a bum and not work, you can be that. Or you can be wealthy, living in a nice home and have a boat and a nice car, going on vacations just as well, just as easy. You have freedom to decide what you want to be and who you want to be and how much money you want to make in a capitalistic government. So famine closely follows capitalism. That's what communists and socialists people are all about, because they hate capitalism because of that. They want nobody to be starving. Everybody should be fed and everybody should have the same thing and nobody should be any better than anybody else. But it never works out. We all know that. So anyway, the black horse is capitalism. The rider is famine. And he who sat on it holding a pair of scales in his hand. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four living creatures saying, 1/4 of wheat for a yom's wage and 3/4 of barley for a yom's wage, and do not harm the oil and the wine. What a fantastic depiction of the Chicago Board of Trade. If you know anything about that, you should be able to see that very clearly. And then we come to the fourth horse. Now remember, in Zechariah, the fourth chariot and the horse was speckled. Okay, and here it's not, but it means the same thing. And so he opened the fourth seal, and I heard the voice of the fourth living creature saying, "Come and see." And I looked and I saw a green horse, and he who sat on it had the name Death. Okay, so the green horse is another religious powerhouse that's on the earth right now. And if you know anything at all about the color green, you know it's associated with Islam. Islam's all about green. Everything green is Islam. Okay, so the green horse is Islam. The horse, the rider on that horse is Death. So he who sat on it had the name Death, and the grave followed with him, and authority was given to them, or the fourth of the Eretz, to kill with a sword, and with hunger, and with death, and by the beasts of the earth. So interestingly, 1/4 of the world's population follows Islam, religious Islam. That's amazing. It's an exact thing. And authority was given to them, or 1/4 of the Eretz, and 1/4 of the world's population is Islam, follows the Islamic religion. Is that a coincidence, you think? Or fulfillment of prophecy? Okay, and they love to kill with the sword. Matter of fact, a lot of their flags have swords portrayed on them with a green background with a sword portrayed on the flag. They love to behead people. It's their favorite way to execute, especially their enemies, those who don't agree with their religious practices. What do they call them type people? What's the name they call it? What they use to identify everybody other than Islam? Roz?
Infidels.
Infidel. Infidel means you don't practice. You're something other than Islam. That's all that means. Okay, so and death. I mean, look at, they love to kill, man. Kill, kill, kill. It's what, matter of fact, they believe that if they can start a big war and kill all the infidels, that Muhammad will return at that point, just when Muhammad comes back. So they want to kill everybody. So what a depiction of Islam here in the green horse. Okay, so here we see it now. It's clear that what we're reading about in the opening of the first 4 seals is the beast. This is the beast. Okay, and the beast is structured, authored by Satan, and structured this way, right here. Hang on a minute. This is the beast system. The author of this is Satan. Okay, so let me see. See, the first tier and the second tier are the controllers. That's the clergy. That's the white horse Christianity, along with the green horse Islam. There's 4,300 religions on the planet, and these two right here are the vast majority of people. The second tier is the nobility, or the governments. There's 16 main governments in the world right now, and the 2 powerhouses are capitalism and communism, and the black horse and the red horse. All 4 of these spiritual powerhouses are on the earth right now. They exist right now in our time and are working forces right now, influencing the world. And they rule over the laity, of course, or the commoners, who struggle to achieve power positions and possessions. And they're kept divided by the beast by using all the languages of the world against them. Because you don't talk like me, I can't understand you, I don't like you, and I'll go to war and kill you. Number 4 is the mainstream media. They've been added recently and suggested by Lou White. And there's 6 powerhouse mainstream media stations, 6 giants, if you will. And their job is to keep the laity and the commoners confused and chaos, so they can't figure out the truth and find out what's going on. So they gaslight the public. They bring disinformation onto their news channels and all kinds of things. In order to, they work for the controllers, of course, and the controllers are the council of darkness, and the council of darkness works for none other than the father of lies himself, Hashatan Helel, which is an angel, a fallen angel. That's who he is. So here's the beast. Beware of the beast. Come out of her, my people. Okay, I'm going to open it up now. Comments, thoughts, questions on what we read here in Zechariah. Anybody? Thoughts, comments, questions?
I have.
Go ahead, Talita.
What do you think the two bronze mountains is representing?
Two bronze mountains.
Yeah.
Where are we at?
It's the very beginning. Sorry. Yeah.
Let me get back over to it.
So when I lifted up my eyes again and looked and saw 4 chariots coming from between 2 mountains, and the mountains were mountains of bronze. So the reason I'm asking is because, I don't know, when I read that, I remember somewhere, but I couldn't find it, of where, when they're describing the feet of Yahusha are burnished bronze.
Yeah.
And then I also found this other one.
Yeah, go ahead. Is everybody hearing her? Are y'all hearing her questions? Okay.
Yeah, I also found this other one in Isaiah 52, number 7. How pleasant upon the mountains. I mean, this could be like not even related at all, but I was curious, like, what people think is the mountains. And then as I was looking for something else, I found this. How pleasant upon the mountains are the feet of him who brings Besorah, and who proclaims peace, who brings Besorah, who proclaims deliverance. I was.
Where's that at? Where'd you get that reference?
So that one is Isaiah.
Isaiah
52.
52.
Number 7.
7. Okay. All right. Anything else?
No, I'm just curious about.
Okay. So generally speaking, when we read scripture about prophecy in scripture, most of the time a mountain is a nation, okay, a powerful nation. But I think in this right here where it says, and I lifted up my eyes again and looked and saw 4 chariots coming from between 2 mountains, and the mountains were mountains of bronze. And this is just me. Okay, this is my interpretation of that, because like I said, most of the time this mountains in Bible prophecy refers to nations. Okay, I think this means the North Pole and the South Pole. That's just my opinion.
See, so when I read it, I was thinking, because even the chariots, like when you read about the wrath of Yahuwah and the day of Yahuwah, is like often they're talking about the chariots, so that it's like a symbol. I feel like part of that can deal with like this esteem of Yahuwah, and then I thought maybe even the mountains being bronze, right? Because he still brings that, like he brings these horses, and at first maybe it's, I don't know, like I know they're going away from his word, but this is also a process of refining and finding like his remnant, right?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
I don't know, that could be far-fetched, but for me that's
No, it's not
what I was
far-fetched.
getting.
What Talitha is touching on some very high spiritual insight here. Any of you seen it as well? What's she saying? And so basically then the 2 mountains would be
like part of his omnipresence, his omnipotence.
right, the chariots of all these chariots, which are spirits going out, All of this, I mean, you could see all of this really as Yahuwah.
That's what I see.
Everybody picking up what Talitha's laying down on that one. Really and truly, you could see this. It's speaking just strictly about Yahuwah, man. Because doesn't Yahuwah do everything? Yeah, he does. You know, little human mind or men, we like to think we know everything and we can dissect Yahuwah, we can define Yahuwah, we can control Yahuwah, you know, we can do everything, right? But we can't. What we need to learn is Yahuwah is everything, and we're just servants. We're here to serve his will and to do whatever he created everything to be and to do. That's what we're doing. Whether we like it or not, we're not in control. I know you want to be in control, but we're not. Oh, you got free will to do whatever you want. Okay, well, make yourself 20 feet tall and 10 feet wide then. If you got free will, do whatever you want. Go ahead, Oz.
When I read it, what I interpreted was literally two buildings.
Two buildings?
Two tall buildings. Like two skyscrapers. Well, because like what I thought about was like that you did part of a study where the vision of Revelation and you actually point out, for example, the locust was very similar to like a helicopter that you showed one time. You know, so I don't know if he's necessarily actually
it could be
interpreting the mountain as actually like coming out of actually like in our times. Represent two buildings.
But then why bronze?
Yeah, it
He
could
doesn't
be.
say anything for no reason.
But the two there's only two mountains, and then the mountains were mountains of bronze. Okay, so remember when in Scripture where it says that when he saw the Ancient of Days, didn't his legs appear as bronze? I mean, I know some translations have it as brass, but it's as bronze, isn't it? So this is what she's saying: the two mountains and the mountains of bronze.
Because also the Eretz is the footstool of.
I mean, are you saying the two mountains are Yahuwah and Yahusha, and the mountains were made of bronze, meaning the two were actually
Those are his.
The two legs are mixed. Is still he's got two legs, but he still only has one body, and they were of bronze. Is that we're just trying to say like a spiritual description of Yahuwah here?
Yeah.
Okay.
In some sense, yes.
In some sense.
In some sense, it's like to let us know that this is still, it's all Yahuwah.
It's all Yahuwah for sure.
Right, and there's different spots where it talks about, first of all, the bronze, but then also about his feet being the footstool. Like the Eretz is the footstool of his footstool. That's where his feet go. Also, right? So like, and I know that these are all like metaphors, but what I'm saying is it's often there's these different points first to this, and then he who stands at the two mountains, which is the one that I read that I can't find now, but I told you, what was it? Isaiah something, right?
52:7.
Who brings the Basora, 52. How pleasant upon the mountains are the feet of him who brings Basora, who proclaims peace, who brings Basora, who proclaims deliverance, who says to Zion, your Elohim reigns. So it's also like kind of like, I know that they're not in that moment yet, but it's still like a foreshadow of like, this is also part of the prophecy, right? And this is, showing that even these steps of even when, they're bringing the four spirits in to refine, right? To remove the pieces that are not the dross or whatever, as said in a different part. And I don't know. I just like, for me, that's what I get.
Anybody else? Thoughts or comments or questions on all this? And Daniel's vision, Nebuchadnezzar's dream that Daniel interpreted, the image of this huge statue, which represented all the main empires or kingdoms of the world, right? Was gold, and its chest and arms of silver, and its belly and thighs of bronze, and it had legs of iron, and his feet was partly iron and partly clay. So bronze is also seen there in the belly and the thighs of that image.
Where was that?
If you want to, Daniel, if you want to, add that into the equation.
Daniel 2. Sorry, what verse was that?
I can't remember.
So we can go look. Oh, you don't know? Okay, sorry. I thought you had
I
it.
can go back to it.
Daniel
I think it was 2
2,
something.
Then Daniel 2,
32.
31, 32, 32.
I don't know.
Daniel
I think that
2:32. All right. So he's got 2 thighs, so can thighs be, could this be describing Yahweh? Yeah, man, it can be. And it probably is in a way. But that's on a really deep spiritual level. Okay, I mean, you gotta get moving to see that one. All right. Letha's touching on a very high spiritual understanding here. Anybody else can get up there to that level? Can you? Anybody? Seeing that? All right, Sandra, go ahead, man.
Oh, I was just going to inquire because these are coming from Yahuwah. These 2 mountains. These mountains are him. I mean, because he built Jerusalem on a mountain. So these mountains made of bronze, the 2 of them, it's like they're coming from him is what I'm getting, in addition to what she's saying. I'm not there yet, but the 2 mountains are coming. For the 2 mountains got to be coming from his throne, somewhere from his throne. We have a heavenly Jerusalem, and then we have the earthly Jerusalem that's on the mountain.
Well, to me, here in Zechariah, the stage is being set.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, back in Zechariah's day here, this is provision, so it's prophecy. Y'all grant that. But in his day, when he was given this prophecy, Catholicism, Christianity did not exist. Neither did Islam. Neither did capitalism, and neither did communism. And so this here is the world. He's seeing the world. This is like the stage is being set for the coming anti-Messiah and false prophet. Okay. And then we find the fulfillment of this over in Revelation 6:18, which would be what? The antitype to this, or the prophecy being fulfilled right in front of our eyeballs, because now we do have Christianity, Islam, and capitalism and communism running this world. 4 great powers, 2 being governmental powers, 2 being religious powers. Amazing, isn't it? So this is like the world the stage is being set, and then the fulfillment. And why does that have to be? Because it's the revelation of Yahusha. That means this is what has to take place just prior to his second coming, because that's what Revelation's all about, is the revealing of the second coming of the Mashiach. That's what Revelation is. It ain't a book written to blow your mind and give you nightmares about spooky creatures coming out of the Pacific Ocean up onto the land and running around eating you like King Kong and Godzilla. That's fantasy. This isn't. This. Okay, so look. This is the prophecy of our future. humanity's future. And so, therefore, the prophecies written in these books has to fit into our reality. It can't be something outside of our reality. See what I'm saying? Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Chance.
Something that was coming to me with the statue in Daniel is perhaps I'm not for sure on this, but would the statue signify Babylon, Persia, Greek, Rome?
What? Say it again. I'm sorry.
Would the statue in Daniel correspond with the four nations that would be like Babylon, Persia, Greek, and Rome?
Yeah.
So do you think these bronze mountains would have anything to do with a Greek setting?
Yeah, that's what I would guess. Well, if you look, go back to Daniel 2. Go look at Daniel 2, Chance. And then verse 32. And read that.
You want me to read it?
Go ahead.
This image's head was of fine gold, its chest and arms of silver, its belly and thighs of bronze, its legs of iron, its feet partly of iron and clay, partly of clay.
Yeah. So the iron is the Roman Empire. Okay. The one that's partially iron and partially clay is the Holy Roman Empire. And then the 10 toes are the rebirth of the Holy Roman Empire. See, the Holy Roman Empire, Rome, is who that empire is not going to cease to exist. That's going to be the one in charge when Yahusha comes back. Why? Because it's the last empire mentioned. Matter of fact, I'll give you some spiritual insight right now. Take that statue, draw a picture of it, and then turn the picture upside down. And you have a timepiece. And watch the empires as they funnel down through into the bottom chamber. The gold empire's gone. The silver empire's gone. The bronze empire's gone. The iron empire's gone. We're into the empire of iron and clay right now. And it's getting very thin. There's not a whole lot of sand left up there in that hourglass. Most of it's already down below in the bottom chamber. It's gone. So he's getting close to coming back.
Would this stone here be the stone the builders rejected? The name of Yahusha that's going to tear this thing to pieces? Okay.
Believe that. All right, go ahead, Sandra.
So I noticed in Daniel 2:35, it says at the end, and the stone that smote the image became a great mountain and filled all the arets. So that would take us into what Talitha was talking about.
These are two mountains, what she's talking about. So that's what I'm saying. Is this the Father and the Son? Or is this the body of light and the body of flesh? Both ways that we saw it with Yahuwah. How was Yahuwah? Nobody has ever seen Yahuwah and lived. Yahuwah is Ruach. Nobody's ever seen or can see him. At least they die. Okay? And so how have we seen Yahuwah? We've only seen him in his bodies, and he only has two that I know of, the body of light and body of flesh. There's a lot of theophanies going on. He can be whatever he wants. Yahuwah can do whatever he wants to do, obviously. But are these two mountains, his two bodies, one of light and one of flesh? I don't know. But I think what she's saying about this pointing to Yahuwah is she's touching on a higher level of spirituality. I think most of us have never haven't been able to reach yet. Personally, go ahead, Oz.
Could it be that the two mountains represent Mount Zion as his body of light that showed to Moshe, and then Mount Olives, or the Mount of Skulls, where he was staked, represent his flesh?
Yeah, it could be. It could be Zion. I mean, it could be Sinai and Zion. It could be, yeah, absolutely. But like I said, my opinion of it is it's the North Pole and the South Pole. Why? Because these spirits are sent out into the earth to fill the whole earth with their influence. So what's between the whole earth? The North Pole and the South Pole, the two great mountains. That's just my opinion, man. I mean, but there's, like I said, lots of levels of spirituality here, and y'all are hitting on them really well. I mean, some of them I never even considered, you know.
But they're coming from, see that where they are coming from, then they wouldn't be coming from the North and the South Pole. They'd be coming from
They were coming from it.
Oh.
When did I say that? Now you're putting words in my mouth.
I apologize. That's not my intention. I'm just thinking it says coming from, it's more closer to what Talitha is saying, because it's coming from Yahuwah. And we know that Yahusha and Yahuwah are one, and that he is a great mountain. So that
I lifted up my eyes again, and I looked, and I saw 4 chariots, which are winds. Okay, they're winds, they're powers, they're spirits. Okay, they're breezes, whatever you want to call them, coming from between 2 mountains. 2, not 1. And the mountains were mountains of bronze, with 1 chariot with red horses, with the 2nd chariot black, with the 3rd chariot white, with the 4th chariot strong speckled horses. So I responded and said to the messenger who was speaking to me, "What are these, master?" And the messenger answered and said to me, "These are 4 spirits of the Shemayim, going forth from presenting themselves before the master of all the Arets." You get what I'm saying now? These are winds, these are powers, these are influences sent out by Yahuwah to influence the entire world. And it allowed Yahuwah to rest. Why? Because this was just the stage being set. It has not been put into action. It hasn't been animated yet, but it is now in our time. But back in this time, it was not. Okay. And so the 4 chariots here being winds, if you will, okay, going throughout all of the Arets. What 2 mountains are between all of the Arets? It can only be the North Pole and the South Pole, man. That's it. That's the top and the bottom of the whole thing. There's nothing else there. That's just me. That's just me. So if you're asking about, questioning what I'm saying, that's my explanation right there, and I'm showing you why. Go ahead, Roz.
The footstool made me think about that.
What's
the 2
that?
mountains, that could be the legs, the footstool.
Oh, the footstool?
No, the footstool. Yeah. And that, I don't know, that was what had come to my mind for it.
Yeah,
Because we are his footstool. Earth is his footstool, and he makes all of his enemies his footstool.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I have no doubt. I mean, I agree with y'all that this could be representing Yahuwah. Okay. And you guys is, the way that you're describing Yahuwah in this is, something that I understand what you're saying. You know what I mean? But I'm saying that is on a higher note. Okay. In other words, you're going beyond what most people would even begin to touch when you start talking like this is talking all about Yahuwah and his omnipotence, and his omniscience. I say, okay, yeah, you're right, but hardly anybody going to touch that.
Can I add one more thing?
We're just kind of putting it all together, aren't we? Ourselves. I mean, go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, sorry, just on that same thing. The reason I just want to like kind of explain a little bit. It's very short, but the reason I'm seeing this is because, you know, it's also said that like in order to be delivered, we also have to endure, right? So how I see it is like in this, he's talking about like things that, you know, maybe would make you afraid if you see these kind of visions or whatever, right, of the time that's coming, because but by showing you that it's coming from Yahuwah gives you that extra, that hope, that piece of hope that it's like he is doing it. He, even when things seem evil, he is the one putting it out there. Like he allows, nothing happens without his hand. So anyway, I just wanted to like add that part. So these little bits that sometimes are coming in the visions is like also to keep us who are his children in the hope that we don't get lost in the fear of you know, getting caught up in the falsehood and those things. I just wanted to say that part. And maybe yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Anybody? All right, then. June, let's continue on then.
All right, Zechariah chapter 6, verse 8. And he called to me and spoke to me, saying, see, those who go toward the land of the north have given rest to my Ruach in the land of the north. And the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, receive the gift from the exiles, from Kedar, Tobiah, and Yedayah, who have come from Babel. Then you shall go the same yom and enter the house of Yahusha, son of Zephaniah. And you shall take the silver and gold, make a crown, and set it on the head of Yahusha, the son of Yahusadak, the high priest, and shall speak to him, saying, thus said Yahuwah Zebaoth, saying, see, the man whose name is the branch. And from his place he shall branch out, and he shall build the hekel of Yahuwah. It is he who is going to build the hekel of Yahuwah. It is he who is going to bear the splendor, and he shall sit and rule on his throne, and shall be a Kohen on his throne, and the counsel of peace shall be between them both. While the crown is for a remembrance in the hekel of Yahuwah to Kelem and to Tobiah and to Kedaiah and to Ken, son of Zephaniah. And those who are far away shall come and build the hekel of Yahuwah. And you shall know that Yahuwah Zebaoth has sent me to you. And this shall be if you diligently obey the voice of Yahuwah, your Elohim.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you, June. Oh, hey, look, man. There's so much spirituality in that. I was choking on it. You know, I mean, it's crazy, man. But look, all right, let's go ahead, Talitha.
Okay. No, say what you were going to say first.
Oh,
I was just wanting
no,
to
I would
keep
just,
my hands up because you can't see.
No, I was just going to point out, I'll go back and start going through it a little bit, you know, but I just wanted to go back, probably back up to like 11. And you shall take the silver and gold and make a crown and set it on the head of Yahusha, the son of Yahusha, the high priest, and shall speak. Now, that ain't the Yahusha, son of Nun, obviously. And the high priest, and shall speak to him, saying, Thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, saying, See the man whose name is the branch, and from his place he shall branch out, and he shall build the temple of Yahuwah. Okay, so what I was saying here, obviously, literally, this is the post-exile. Okay, they're coming back from Babylon. This is the first wave, remember? And so here we have this Yahusha, the first priest, along with that other dude that's going to be the first king, coming back, reestablishing Israel, and they're going to start building the temple, the second temple, right? The temple of Yahuwah back up. So that's what that is, literally. And so my question was, then we'll get Talitha in here for a second, but my question here was, first of all, what is the shadowing? And second of all, what's the spiritual insight you're getting out of that? But go ahead, Talitha.
Okay, so for me, this is a complete foreshadow of the second coming of Yahusha, and see the man whose name is the branch, right? So they're talking about Yahusha, son of Yehutzedek, but still his name is the branch. So that's like a prophecy of like Yahusha that will be coming is this coming by that same name. And also, it is he who is going to build the hekel of Yahuwah. It is he who is going to bear the splendor, and he shall sit and rule on his throne. So that's like the millennium reign. That's what I see.
Right. Okay, so she just hit on all of it, really. So this is a shadow of Yahusha for sure. So the crown that's put on the head of Yahusha, the son of Yahusha's Dak, is just he's just the shadow of who's going to wear the crown when in the millennium reign, and that's going to be Yahusha HaMashiach. Okay. Also, the building this. Listen to this, where it's in 13, where it says, "It is he who is going to build the temple, the hekel of Yahuwah, and it is he who is going to bear the splendor, and he shall sit and rule on his throne, and shall be Kohen on his throne, and the council of peace shall be between them both." These two men that came back from Babel, or the king and the high priest, both are representing the two sticks that are going to be made into one stick, Ephraim, right, and Yehuda. But they're even foreshadowing the positions of the high priest and the king becoming one under the reign of Yahusha, where he's going to be our king and our high priest. Ooh, you see all that shadowing pointing right back at Yahusha? That's what it's all about, man. About Yahusha and his millennium reign. Now look at where it says down here, we can go deeper on 13. It is he who is going to build the hekel of Yahuwah. Is he going to build the temple of Yahuwah in the millennium reign, which he's going to live in and rule out of for 1,000 years? Yeah, he is. Remember, the description in Ezekiel is totally different than the description of the first temple or even the second temple, that both were destroyed. Okay? And so is he going to be ruling out of the third forgery temple up on the Temple Mount when the Antichrist goes in there and sits there and proclaims to be Yahuwah and is worshipped by Yahuwah? No, that temple's going to get destroyed, and Yahusha is going to come in there and build his temple for the millennium reign. So that's telling us that temple is going to be erected in the beginning of the millennium reign by all those that he brings in there into his reign after the first resurrection. He's going to build his temple in the millennium reign. This is powerful stuff, man. And look at where it says, it is he who is going to bear the splendor. So he's going to be both king and high priest, right? Look at Psalms 104 real quick. Psalms 104:2. I'm going to back up here where it's going to say, bless Yahuwah my being, Yahuwah my Alim. You have been very great. You have put on excellency and splendor. See that? So back over here, it says, and it is he who is going to bear the splendor. Look over here. You have put on excellency and splendor, covering yourself with light as with a robe, stretching out the Shemaim like a curtain. And so he's going to appear in his reign as the king and the high priest in the millennium temple in his body of light, sitting on his throne in his body of light. Wow. Go ahead, Talitha.
Okay, and just something else that was coming too is that, so it's he shall build the heckle, and that might be a literal thing, but it's also goes on another level. It's also metaphorically speaking. At the same time, building his temple is like building us up, the people who are going to be with him, like us who are going to be there during his reign. You know, we're being prepared, I think, also in those 1,000 years to then live as one with him for all of eternity, right? So we're being built up also as the heckle, as the temple. And then also when you come down a little bit further, and those who are far away shall come to build the heckle of Yahuwah, that to me is like referring to like the nations also coming. People are like, everyone's coming from everywhere.
Okay, I don't know, Carlton, what you're saying here, man. Why 2 crowns? I don't see where it says 2 crowns. It's saying back up in 11, and you shall take the silver and gold, make a crown, and set it on the head. It sounds like 1 crown to me, but being that to take the silver and the gold, I think is really indicating that Yahusha HaMashiach will hold both of these titles. He'll be both the high priest and the king in the millennium reign. That's what I think that it's representing here. I'm not sure where you're getting 2 crowns at. Maybe I'm not seeing it, but give me a verse because I don't see it, man. Anybody else? Go ahead, Ross.
Well, when it's the gold and the silver, isn't it that it's mixed together? And isn't it maybe the north and the south coming together? The northern tribe and the southern tribe?
Yeah, I mean, it can be. Like I said, it can be. We're seeing a lot of stuff here, man. I mean, it's the high priest, you know, and the king becoming together is one through into Yahusha, and also the kingdom, the 2 sticks. Yes, you know, Ephraim and Yehuda becoming 1 stick, being 1 kingdom under 1 king and 1 high priest, which Yahusha HaMashiach will hold both of those titles. He'll be both the king and the priest, high priest. So yes. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? Chance? No, I can't hear you, brother.
Something that came to mind for me was a rod shall come forth from the stump of Yashai, and a sprout from its roots, and shall bear fruit. Would this be a prophesy of Yahusha, also the branch of righteousness?
Yes. It's all about Yahusha. This whole book, Zechariah, is all about Yahusha. It points back to Yahusha in every level. Anybody else? Thoughts coming? Go ahead, Talitha.
Just one more thing. Like, I completely understand what you were saying about the silver and gold, and I think, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But then also, as you were talking about it, I was thinking, you know, if Yahuwah takes us and he's refining us, right, until we're totally clean like gold, then silver and gold can also be referring to, because this is talking about millennium reign. It's not talking about, you know, the final destination. And it could be because he's taking the silver, those who qualify as the silver, and the gold, because we're still now going through the next 1,000 years, because even in the millennium reign, there still is some, you know, sin there, right? So now he's taking us to further, even if you qualify in the silver, you're not like perfect yet, but he's going to still refine you. But I don't know, that could be also far-fetched, but that's what I was thinking as you were saying.
No, and we're going to get what she's saying. If you're not following along, that's going to come back and it's going to clear up in Zechariah 13, verse 9. And I shall bring the third into fire and refine them as silver is refined, and try them as gold is tried. And so we're going to get back into what she was just saying. So if you don't worry if you didn't catch what she was talking about, we're going to cover it in much more detail in chapter 13. Okay, go ahead, Ross.
As Talitha was talking, I was thinking that maybe the gold is the 144,000 that'll rule with him, and then the silver would be the multitudes that are unnumbered.
Yes, ma'am. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Dub.
So as I'm reading it, because it says in like that Zechariah 13, and I don't know how far you want to get into it, right? But verse 9 is said the third part through the fire. I think it's referring, so it says refine them as silver is refined. I'm looking at it the opposite direction of what the person just said. Meaning that the gold has already been tested. So I'm looking at that as like what somebody would say a follower of Christ would be, in essence, a Christian. But then refine them as silver is refined. I'm looking at that as like the 144,000, because then they're going to be tested as gold is tested. So I don't know. I see a difference there, but.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, we're going to get much more into chapter 13 here in a little while, or tomorrow, or next week, or whatever happens. But we'll get into that in more deeper. But for me, just very quickly, because I don't want to spend any time on way ahead on chapter 13, because we're in chapter 6 right now. But where it says, and I shall bring the third into fire, refine them as silver is refined, and try them as gold is tried. It's saying the third, or both of that group is going to be tried as silver is refined and as gold is tried. It's not splitting the group into half silver and half gold. It's the same group. And so he's just saying he's going to clean them up. They'll be without blemish. They'll be without wrinkle. There won't be no lies in their mouth, etc., etc. Then he goes on and says, they shall call on my name, and I shall answer them, and I shall say, this is my people, while they say, Yahuwah is my Elohim. So to me, and this is deeper level than what it's really talking about literally. And like I said, we'll get into it. But just for now, to me, this is a ratio of who's going to be in the eternal reign and who's going to be thrown into the lake of fire at the final judgment. But we'll get way into that later on. I just put that thought out there for you, okay? So back to let's get back over to Zechariah 6, where we're at. Is any other questions, thoughts, or comments, or anything on what we've covered so far here on chapter 6? Anybody seen anything, getting any other spiritual message or insight or anything from the Ruach? Don't quench the Ruach now. If not, time to take a minute, like a 2-3 minute break. We can listen to Roz sing us a song, or Sandra, or
Sandra, and then I can play something.
why don't y'all do that, and then I'll be back. I'll flash at you when we get back off a break, okay? Thank you.
What you gonna do, Sandra? Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear
I'm
you.
sorry.
Okay.
I'll say it. Psalm Tehillim 120, Tehillim, which is Psalms 29. Sister Richie Jilly sung it for us the other night, and she sung it so beautifully, and I hate that I have to chop it up. I pray for your ears now. Ascribe to Yahuwah, O you sons of the mighty. Ascribe to Yahuwah esteem and strength. Ascribe to Yahuwah the esteem of his name. Bow yourself to Yahuwah in the splendor of set apartness. The voice of Yahuwah is over the mind. All of esteem thunders. Yahuwah is over many minds. The voice of Yahuwah is with power. The voice of Yahuwah is with greatness. The voice of Yahuwah is breaking the cedars. Yahuwah is breaking the cedars of Lebanon in pieces, and he makes them skip like a calf. Lebanon and Syrian like a young wild ox. The voice of Yahuwah cuts through the flames of fire. The voice of Yahuwah shakes the wilderness. Yahuwah shakes the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of Yahuwah makes the deer give birth. Strips the forest bare. And in his heckle, everyone says, esteem. Yahuwah sat enthroned on the flood. Yahuwah sits as sovereign forever. Yahuwah gives strength to his people. Yahuwah blesses his people with peace. I'd like to give a shot at that 104, if that's okay, that he read last night. I love that song. I'm often reading it. Okay, Psalm 104. Let me make sure it's not too long. Oh. Okay. Blessed my being. Elohim, you have been very great. Well put on excellency and splendor, covering yourself with light and with the road, stretching the shaman like a curtain, who's laying the beam of his upper rooms in the mind, who is making thick clouds his chariot, who is walking on the wings of the wind, making his messengers the wind, serpents upon he established the earth on its foundation, so that it would not totter forever. You cover it with the deep as with the road. The mind stood above the mountain. At your rebuke, they flee. At the voice of your thunder, they hurry away. We go up the mountain, they go down the valleys to the place which you founded for them. You did set a boundary, they do not pass over. They do not return to cover the earth. Who is sending the spring into the valleys? They flow among the hills. They give drink to every beast of the field, while donkeys break their thirst. The birds of the Shamaim dwell beside them. They sing from between the branches, watering the fields from his upper room. The rat is satisfied with the fruit of your works, causing the grass to grow for the cattle and plants for the service of mankind, to bring forth food from the earth, and wine that makes glad the heart of man, oil to make a face shine, and bread which sustains man's heart. The trees of Yahuwah are satisfying. The cedar of Lebanon, which he planted, where the birds do make nest. The stork has made a home in the fir trees. The high hills are for wild goats, rocks a refuge for rock badgers. He made the moon for appointed times. The sun knows it's going down. He put darkness and its light in all this beasts of the forest creep. The young lions are roaring for prey and seeking their food from all. The sun arising, they withdraw and lie down. Their den. Man goes out to his work and to his labor to evening. Yahuwah, how many have been your word? You made all of them in wisdom. The earth is filled with your possession. There is the sea, great and wide, in which are innumerable swarms, living creatures, small with grace. There do ships go all of them waiting for you to give their food in due season, to give to them they gather in. You open your hand, they are satisfied with good. You have your feet, they are alarmed. You take away their breath, they die and return to their death. You send forth your ruach, they are created, and you renew the face of the earth. The esteem of Yahuwah is forever. Yahuwah rejoices in his words. He looks on the rats and it trembles. He touches the mountains and they snow. Many times he delivered them, but they rebelled in their plans. So they were brought low for their crookedness. But he would look on their distress when he heard their crying, and remember his covenant for their sake, and relent according to the greatness of his kindness. And he would let them find compassion before I rose, holding them captive. Deliver us, Yahweh, our Elohim, and gather us from among the nations to give thanks for your set-apart name, to exalt in your praise. Blessed be Yahuwah, Elohim, Yeshua, from everlasting to everlasting. And all the people shall say, Amen. Praise Yah. Thank you, Sister Love.
Huh? What you said? I couldn't hear you.
I just said thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
No, I thank you for listening to that bad singing. All esteem to Yahusha.
Well, all esteem to Yahuwah. I was blessed by hearing you bless the Creator. Thank you, Roz.
Are you welcome? I just got this in this week.
Those are really nice. I like those.
Yeah. They're not as long as I thought. I thought they were going to be about that long because that's the way the picture looked. But I like the sound of them.
Well,
I
we could
miss-
sing Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Baruch haba b'shem
Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Baruch haba b'shem
Yahuwah.
We could.
Reminds me of Kinsley. They have a group on Facebook that are they're trying to get messages out about Kinsley. I just saw that yesterday, actually.
I like the colors in your.
Well, they're Yahuwah. It's Yahuwah.
I just see pretty colors.
Thank you. It's got to come in. I know it looks huge, but it's to be a bigger bonnet at the top and then have a band. I've got to start taking it in some.
Oh. Mhm.
Yeah. He wanted it bigger. You want to sing another one? Or you want to blow the horn?
You can blow the horn. I don't have a horn.
You don't have one? Do you have one, Phyllis?
Yes, but you know what, Roz? He didn't call on me. He called on you. No, I
But
don't.
we're sharing the
I
wealth.
can't blow our shofar. I really can't. Oh, he's
Okay.
back.
Okay, we're back. Let's continue on now. Okay, y'all, let's do it. Any questions, thoughts, comments? Chapter 6, very powerful spiritual chapter. Okay, let me just caution everybody here really quick. Don't follow any man, because if you follow a man, you're going to be disappointed. Okay, let's just put it that way. All right, who wants to read chapter 7? Oz. All right, Oz, go ahead.
Chapter 7. And in the 4th year, wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, it is this one. Sorry. And in the 4th year of the sovereign Darius, it came to be that the word of Yahuwah came to Zechariah on the 4th of the 9th moon in Keslu. Now Bethal had sent Sharetzer with Regem Melech and his men to pray before Yahuwah, speaking to the priests who belonged to the house of Yahuwah Sabaoth, and to the prophets, saying, Should I weep in the 5th moon and fast as I have done for so many years? Then the word of Yahuwah Sabaoth came to me, saying, Speak to all the people of the land, and to the priests, saying, When you fasted and lamented in the 5th and the 7th month all these 70 years, did you truly fast for me? For me? And when you ate and when you drank, was it not for those eating and for those drinking? Are these not the words which Yahuwah proclaimed through the former prophets when Jerusalem and the cities around it were inhabited and in safety, and the south and the low country were inhabited? And the word of Yahuwah came to Zechariah, saying, Thus say Yahuwah Sabaoth, execute true right ruling, show kindness and compassion, everyone to his brother. Do not oppress the widow or the fatherless, the stranger or the poor, and do not plot evil in your hearts against one another. But they refused to listen, and they shrugged their shoulders and stopped their ears from hearing. And they made their hearts like flint against hearing the Torah and the words which Yahuwah Sabaoth had sent by his Ruach through the former prophets. Therefore, great wrath came from Yahuwah Sabaoth, and it came to be, as he called, and they did not hear, so let them call, but I shall not hear, said Yahuwah Sabaoth. And I scattered them with a storm wind among all the nations which they had not known. And the land was laid waste behind them, no one passing through or returning, for they made the pleasant land a waste.
All right, thanks, us. Okay, wow. Look up here at 5, where it says, speak to all the people of the land and to the priests, saying, when you fasted and laminated in the 5th and 7th months, all these 70 years, that would have been while they were in exile, right, in Babylon. Did you truly fast for me? For me? He said, look at him, he's saying, he must have got an answer from somebody, because he said, did you truly fast for me? For me? And when you ate and when you drank, was it not for those eating and for those drinking? So it was just to socialize, wasn't it? They were socializing. So why people go to the circus or the church, they want to socialize. They're not there for Yahuwah. They're there to socialize. Most people, I would say, or that's why they go to congregations or churches to socialize. And so this is, he's questioning them during their exile or captivity when they were fasting and laminating like they were supposed to. And so it sounds like they were continuing to keep their their traditions and their obeying Torah, what they were supposed to be doing within them 70 years, at least somewhat. And so they were fasting. He's saying, did you truly fast for me? For me? So fasting is a very powerful spiritual tool to help us get closer to Yahuwah. But many people don't fast correctly, okay? And whatever deal you make with Yahuwah about your fasting, make sure you're fasting for him. You have no other agenda, you're no other reason for doing the fasting. Like you can't kill two birds with one stone, like saying, I'm going to do? I'm going to fast for Yahuwah for 7 days, and I've been trying to lose 2 pounds anyway, so that'll give me a chance to lose those 2 pounds while I do this fasting. I'll kill 2 birds with one stone. You can't do that. Okay, so you have to make sure that your fast is truly for Yahuwah, to Yahuwah, and you can't let anyone else know you're doing it. Keep it to yourself. Pretend like you're joyful, you're happy, you're content. Don't act like you're starving. Don't frown your face, act like you're in pain and you're suffering. So somebody say, what's wrong with you? Oh, I'm fasting to Yahuwah, man. I can't take it. It's really hard. You just blew it, man. You ain't going to honor that because you're not honoring him. You're not honoring your deal you made with him about the fasting. And so it's something very private that you do with Yahuwah. It's only between you and Yahuwah. And make sure you keep your word about whatever it is that you promised him. These obviously, they had traditional fasts here during this time period. And there's still a such thing as a volunteer fast. I mean, you can fast to Yahuwah anytime you want to, for any reason you want. But there is still one mandatory fast, and that's during what? Anybody know? What's the mandatory fast? Roz?
Day of Atonement.
Day of Atonement. The day of fast. Okay. That day we all have to do it. But then we still have to abide by the same rules. You don't act like you're in pain and suffering and you hate doing it and all this kind of stuff. Okay. Be joyful, be happy. Go give to others. And so the fast thing there, I think, jumped out at me, just to make sure we all kind of understand that. And then he goes on down through here, and he gets to 9, and he says, execute true right ruling, show kindness and compassion, everyone to his brother. Do not oppress the widow or the fatherless, the stranger or the poor, and do not plot evil in your hearts against one another. And but they refused to listen, and they shrugged their shoulders and stopped their ears from hearing. So, I mean, it's kind of weird because you have people that like to throw darts. You know, they like to say, "Oh, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're an idiot. Half the stuff you say is incorrect." You know, whatever. They just love to throw darts, point fingers. You know, but yet they don't have the courage to step across the river on their own and go spy out the land either, do they? Now they sit back and tremble and let 7 others go ahead of them and do it, or 12 others, whatever. So this is, to me, is very important, what this is saying here. We're living in a world that's divided and prejudiced and hateful. And the different nations fight and war and quarrel, the different races, the different sexes, the different ages, you name it, there's division, different beliefs, whatever. And it's a bad thing, and it's a hard thing to understand and to try to live in without sinning and being part of it. And so, in other words, you don't want to go create a faction or a division or a denomination like Christianity loves to do, because it's illegal. Yahuwah doesn't allow that. Factions are illegal. And so this is extremely important. Do not oppress the widow or the fatherless. Okay? Do you know that when you help a widow or an orphan, that Yahuwah considers that to be pious? Did you know that? The stranger, somebody that looks different than you, perhaps, different color skin, different color eyeballs, speaks a different language, or the poor, the homeless, the nasty, stinking, that hadn't taken a bath in 3 months, walk by him and spit on him, or throw a bottle at him, or cuss at him, or stick your nose up at him, or cross the street to the other side because you don't even want to walk past him and see him or her. How about plotting evil in the hearts against one another? Let's betray the ones that we love, that we're supposed to love. Shall we betray them? Shall we stab them in the back? Shall we call a meeting against them and decide that they're not worthy to be a part of us? Do we do that kind of stuff? Amazingly, in 11, he says, but they refused to listen, and they shrugged their shoulders and stopped their ears from hearing. They don't care. That's what they want to do. They want to act like, that's how they want to act. That's how they want to be. They don't want to listen to Yahuwah the way Yahuwah tells them, hey, this is how you behave yourself. So, very quickly, go to James. And James 1, verses 26 and 27. If anyone among you thinks he is pious and does not bridle his tongue, but deceives his heart, this one's piousness is worthless. Clean and undefiled piousness before the Elohim and Father is this, to visit orphans and widows in their affliction, and to keep oneself unstained from the world. Don't be part of the beast, man. Okay. Thoughts, comments, questions? Dub, did you have a question?
No, I was gonna say something a little while ago, but that's all right.
Okay. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Okay. We find this a lot in churches, man, in different religious sects. I've been to a lot of them, and I'm telling you right now, there was no church I was ever in that you didn't find factions. And if you really think about it, a church within itself is a denomination. What's denomination mean? What's the definition of a denomination? Well, it's a division. How was it created? Well, first of all, the daughters ran away from home. They left their mommy behind, turned their backs on their mommy, which was the Catholic Church. And they broke off and they branched out. The daughters ran away and started their own homes. And they had their own families. And they started quarreling between each other. And so they divided more. And they divided more. And they divided even more. Until now, there's over 3,000 denominations. And so what are these people then? How do we define this mess? This mess of division? Well, we can define them very, very simply as the architects of division. And division and factions are illegal. So we shouldn't be a part of any of that. Not to mention all the falsehood, the traditions, the lies, the religious ceremonies, the garbage that they practice within the walls of these buildings. Thoughts, comments, questions? Chance, go.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mark, coming up on that. I was dealing with a religious fellow at work, and the question came up where I said, you guys all have the same book. You guys read from the Bible, but are so divided on your denominations. You believe this, Catholics believe this, Lutherans believe this. Who makes you so divided? Is our Father Yahuwah is he divided? Does he want us all knit together in the same opinion?
They do divide him.
Yeah, they do. They do
divide him into a trinity, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
I believe they do, and I'll tell you what, a lot of them divide him into a council of sorts. They're not satisfied with him being divided into three. They want him to be a council.
Even in the book of James, he says, you believe Yahuwah is one, you do well. Even the demons believe and they shudder. Even the demons believe Yahuwah is one. So who are these people saying G-O-D the Father, G-O-D the Son? This is this division and so much rebellion behind that. Who do you pray to? Why are you so divided? Repent. Be immersed into Yahusha for forgiveness. Come out of there. It is so hard in there. I don't know how you make it. It's so tough. But when I was talking to him about that, he said, well, he kind of started to stumble over his words a little bit. He's like, you could see that the gears were turning. I said, who makes you so divided here? Is it the teachings of man, or have you stopped listening to the living words of our Creator and have turned aside to these people dressed in these fine linen cloths and garments, masquerading up there as some kind of chosen one that knows the way to salvation and actually can save you? Man cannot save. Yahuwah saves through Yahusha. The righteousness of Yahuwah is the belief in Yahusha. That's it. I don't know. I can go off on a tangent like that too, Mark, right there. It just steams me up. I get broiling real hot on that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is what makes my blood boil right here. Look at this. This is anybody who believes in Trinity. and it is a 3 and 1. Here's your Elohim. Bow down and serve your Elohim, the three-headed monster. Go ahead. That's what makes my blood boil. And they ain't even happy with 3 and 1. Okay? They want to serve this one. I'll tell you, let me show you who else they want to serve. Some people don't even like the 3 and 1. That's their Godheads. 3 Godheads in one body. That's exactly what that is. Let's call it what it is, man. Let's be real. Let's define it. Here you go. Some people aren't even happy with that. So what did they do? They broke away, caused another division, the architect of divisions, and they said, you know what? I ain't happy with 3 and 1, 3 Godheads on one body. I want 3 gods. So here they are. There's their 3 deities sitting on an elongated bench up in the throne room.
The Trinity is a long-standing pagan tradition that's been influenced now to this day in these religions. It's such a stronghold. It's so hard for them to come over. That in the name. If you can come over to stronghold of the name and realize that God is actually a pagan title pagans used to use to explain away their mighty ones. God of thunder, God of storm. These pagans actually adopted that title. It's not even a name, it's a title that is used to explain a mighty one. So, I just encourage all religious people to come out of it. It is Babel. You're in confusion. It's just confusion. That's what Babel stands for. Confusion.
Yeah, and if you know anything at all about theologians and their the smart people, if you want to, they've debated for a long time. There's been a lot of wars fought over Trinitarianism versus monotheism. Okay, and guess who won the battle? The monotheism people did. You know why? Because the Trinitarians have long ago admitted that the entire Tanakh, what they call the Old Testament, was strictly monotheism practice. They admitted it. Yeah, you're right. But guess what? Somehow, Yahuwah changed and all that's abolished since the Son came, and now all of a sudden he's a Tritarian God with 3 heads in one body. The scriptures I have says Yahuwah is immutable. He's immutable. He does not change. So if you believe scripture, everything that's written in scripture, okay? And even the New Testament, what they call the New Testament, the Natsarim writing says that Yahusha is the same today, now, yesterday, and tomorrow. He doesn't change either. So if Yahuwah does not change, and he's immutable, and he was one in the Tanakh, how is it that he changed into 3 now?
He did it.
He did not, because he's immutable. He does not change. If he was one in the Old Testament, he's one in the New Testament, and I'm just putting it in that verbiage so people understand what I'm saying.
The Shema, beautiful right there. Read the Shema and Deuteronomy.
Read the Shema. Chance, read it.
I'll do it in the ancient. Shema, Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Ahad. Hear, O Yisrael, Yahuwah is one. You shall love Yahuwah with all of your heart and all of your being and with all of your might. And you shall also love your neighbor as you love yourself. On these 2 commands, the whole Torah hangs. That was just off the top. Let me see here. I'll go to the barn. It's one of my favorite books.
Hear, O Yisrael, Yahuwah, our Elohim. Yahuwah is one.
Hallelujah. Barak Yahuwah. Rumamu Yahuwah. Rumamu Yahuwah.
So here is the creation of the J-Man. Okay. Let's see. Maybe I can get it on here. That is. Oh, there we go. All right. Here we go. I'm going to do my favorite thing in the whole world to do, and that is share screen. Because a picture says 1,000 words, and I don't have to talk as much because I don't like talking anyway. So here you go. You see this right here? Here's the creation of the J-Man. The pagans, the Anglo-Saxons, if you will, took their God, Zeus in Greek, and Jupiter in Latin. They both worship this sun god. And they mixed it with the Latin goddess Krishna. Okay, so Jesus is, if it was spelled with an I, because the J never was invented until the 13th century, about 500 years ago or less. So the first King James version that came out was in 1611. Well, if you have a copy of that, which I do, you'll see there's no J in that book whatsoever. Every name that starts, or every place, anything that starts with the letter J is an I in the 1611 King James. And so what this was doing was the Greeks and the Latins conversion, syncretism to create their new Roman god. It would be an Anglo-Saxon god to be worshipped by the pagans, the Anglo-Saxons, as they mixed with the rest of the kingdoms to try to bring in universalism or a one world religion, which they did a pretty good job of. So here you have the J-Man, which means really is Izus. Izus is how they say that, and it means, because there's no J, Hail Zeus. That's what Izus means. And then they mixed it with their goddess here, Krishna. And so you have Hail Zeus plus Krishna equals Jesus Christ. That's where they came up with the name. And then, of course, the Jesuits, which are the protectors of that name, that creation, they protected and promoted that name, Jesus Christ. And that's what it really means. In its original form, it means Hail Zeus and Krishna. That's what it really means. And what's really sickening is when you use Greek and Hebrew geometry, you get the CHI, which is equal to 600. It's just like Roman numbers have letters, right? So an X is 10 in Roman, right? Same thing, Hebrew and Greek, geometry. So the 600 is the SHI is chi. It sounds like chi. And then the 60 or the Z, the XI, which sounds like Z, is the numeral for that is 60. And then the stigma, which sounds like S when you say like a snake, is the number for that is 6. So altogether you have 660 and 6. And when then you pronounce it, it sounds like this: Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
The number of a man?
Excuse me?
Is that the number of a man?
And that's a number of a man.
Isn't that something?
And that's why we don't use that name. You know, the Hebrew ain't dumb. Okay? The Israelites aren't dumb. You wonder why the Orthodox Jews are so against Christianity? It's because they slaughtered them in that name. In the name of the J-man, they slaughtered them, tried to eradicate them, genocide. Number one. Number two, they ain't dumb. They know what a Hebrew name is because there's a Hebrew meaning attached to every Hebrew name. And the J-man doesn't have a definition attached to it. It means nothing in Hebrew. They know that's a Greek name. They ain't stupid. They're not going to bow down to a Greek god. They're not dumb. They know better. That's why they recoil from that in the name of the J-man. And you're not going to convert a Jew or convince a Jew otherwise by using that name because they know it's not a Hebrew name. So how can it be a Hebrew Messiah? They're not dumb. And neither am I. So I'm not bowing down or honoring that name anymore. Not after I found out the truth behind that name. And so if you want to captivate and try to convert somebody that is in Orthodox Judaism, I suggest you tell them that the Messiah's name is, the true name is Yahusha. And it means Yah, your deliverer. And maybe they'll listen to you then. If you want to say Yeshua, which is the cover up of the Christianity, because that's just a common word. It just means save in Hebrew. It's just a common word. It's really not a name, but unless you name somebody that, then it becomes a proper name. But in all reality, it's just a common word that means save. But if you use Yeshua, at least you probably get their attention because they're not afraid of that name, are they? They know that's Hebrew. But you wouldn't be telling them the truth, though, would you? Because his real name is Yahusha. It means Yah, your deliverer. In Hebrew.
Mark,
Yes,
and Mark, what does Acts 4:12 say?
I don't know. Tell me.
There is only one name under the Shamayim which we're to call upon for salvation. Yahusha. Yahusha HaMashiach. Yah, our salvation. Yah brings forth salvation for us. That there is no other name, and that's why they've been given a different name, because it's a scary fact, but it's the architect of division. It's the deceiver, man. He's got control, spiritual control. And you know, Mark, here's one that gets really bothers me is Yahuwah tells us to not eat certain foods. Religion said JC nailed that to a crux. Yahuwah says to observe appointed times. Now we got everybody observing different times. Yahuwah says to obey. The religion tells us it's done away with. The list goes on. It's complete rebellion. All religion is rebellion to Yahuwah. The names, their traditions, their teachings, it's all rebellion. Babel, come out of her. Come out of Babel. That's it. The Moabite stone.
Here's the Moabite stone. See that name right there? The Hebrew read from right to left. And so you would start here and go this way. So this would be Yad, Hey, Ua, Hey. This is the Tetragrammaton. Also, these are 4 vowels. So there's a couple big lies going on out there. Number one, I think the biggest lie is that names can be translated. That's a big lie. So let's see now. I'm going to use Joe as an example. Okay, so Joe's name is Joe. And Joe ain't dumb. Joe ain't going to answer any other name but Joe. He's not going to take responsibility for what Steve did, or his actions, because Joe isn't Steve. Okay? So I'm going to say, instead of saying Joe, what now, Joe? I'm going to call your name now. Joe. Do I got your attention? Joe, do I have your attention? I don't? Joe, I'm calling your name. Joe, am I talking to you, Joe? So I got your attention?
Yes.
Steve, do I got your attention, Steve? Hey, Steve, do you not hear me, Steve? I'm talking to you, Steve. I lost Joe's attention for some reason. Because I'm calling him by a different name. So names, as small as they appear in script, must be extremely important as an identifier then. Is that a correct assessment? Would everybody agree to that? Yes or no?
I agree. It changes their identity. It changes their, their action. Yahuwah came down as Yahusha to bring forth salvation and to restore his creation back to favor unto himself. When we go ahead and distort and change that, twist it, we change it, his identity, his authority, and Yahusha is the name above all names. In the name of Yahusha, you cast out Shadim. Our weapons are not fleshy. We don't wrestle with flesh.
Well, I want to ask Philip a question. Philip, I got a question for you. Hey, Philip. Yoo-hoo. Philip, I'm talking to you, Philip. How come you're not answering me? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm calling you by the wrong name. Let me see. Phyllis, I'm talking to you, Phyllis. Can you hear me, Phyllis? Oh, see? I used the right name and I get it the right response. I mean, how basic is it, man? Come on. Baby can understand that. All right. Back to our study here. So I told you I'll go off on tangents once in a while.
You brought me with you. So
all righty. It was a fun one, though. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 6, 7? Which one did you read? 7?
7.
Anything on 7? Okay, so real quick, look down here above 13 there, one sentence above 13. Therefore, great wrath came from Yahuwah. He wasn't happy about them plugging their ears up and not listening to him, was he? Okay, and it came to be as he called, and they did not hear. So let them call, but I shall not hear, said Yahuwah, and I scattered them. So remember when we were talking about Yahuwah reciprocates off of what we do? If we do good, he has a good plan for us. If we do bad, he brings evil on us. Why? Because that's what we want. He's just giving you what you want. He's kind, very kind. Alehim. He'll give you what you want. Whether it be good or whether it be evil. Yahuwah does all these out of his kindness because it's what they want. So very powerful stuff here, man. Last call, thoughts, comments, questions on chapter 7. All right. So we're kind of running late today, so let's go into chapter 8. I need a reader. I'm going to move on here. Chapter 8. Phyllis, go for it, man.
Chapter 8, verse 1. And the word of Yahuwah Sabaoth came, saying, Thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, I shall be jealous for Zion with great jealousy, with great wrath I shall be jealous for her. Thus said Yahuwah, I shall return to Sion, and I shall dwell in the midst of Jerusalem. And Jerusalem shall be called City of the Truth, and the mountain of Yahuwah Sabaoth, the set-apart mountain. Thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, again, old men and old women shall dwell in the streets of Jerusalem, each one with his staff in his hand, because of great age, and the streets of the city shall be filled with boys and girls playing in its street. Thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, if it is marvelous in the eyes of the remnant of this people, in these yeomen, should it also be marvelous in my eyes, declares Yahuwah Sabaoth. Thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, see, I am saving my people from the land of the sunrise and from the land of the sunset. And I shall bring them back, and they shall dwell in the midst of Jerusalem, and they shall be my people, and I shall be their Elohim in truth and in righteousness. Thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, let your hands be strong, you who are listening in these yeomen to these words from the mouth of the prophets of the Yom. The foundation was laid for the house of Yahuwah of Sabaoth, the Hekel that was to be rebuilt. For before these yeomen there was not a wage for a man, nor a hire for a beast, and there was no peace for him who went out or came in because of his enemies. And I set all men one against another. But now I am not as in the former yeoman to the remnant of this people, declares Yahuwah Sabaoth. Because of the sowing of peace, the vine does give its fruit, and the ground does give her increase, and the Shamayim do give their due, and I shall cause the remnant of this people to inherit these. Verse 13, and it shall be as you were a curse among the nations, O house of Yahuwah and house of Israel, so I shall save you, and you shall be a blessing. Do not fear, let your hands be strong. And for thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, as I purposed to do evil to you when your fathers provoked me, declares Yahuwah Sabaoth, and I did not relent. So again, in these yeomen, I have proposed to do good to Jerusalem and to the house of Yehuda. Do not fear. These are the words you should do. Speak the truth to one another. Judge with truth and right ruling for peace in your gates. And do not plot evil in your heart against one another. And do not love a false oath. For all these I hate, declares Yahuwah. And the word of Yahuwah of Sabaoth came to me, saying, thus said Yahuwah of Sabaoth, the fast of the 4th, and the fast of the 5th, and the fast of the 7th, and the fast of the 10th are to be joy and gladness and pleasant appointed times for the house of Yehuda, and they shall love the truth and be the peace, and they shall love the truth and the peace. Thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, peoples shall yet come, inhabitants of many cities, and the inhabitants of the one go to another, saying, let us earnestly go and pray before Yahuwah, and seek Yahuwah Sabaoth. I myself am going, and many peoples and strong nations shall come to seek Yahuwah Sabaoth in Jerusalem, and to pray before Yahuwah. Thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, in those yeomen 10 men from all languages of the nations take hold, yea, they shall take hold of the edge of the garment of a man, a Yehudi, saying, let us go with you, for we have heard that Elohim is with you.
Thank you, Phyllis.
Yes, sir.
What a beautiful chapter, huh? Anything jumping out at anybody? Thoughts, comments, questions? Go ahead, Chance.
I like the very last part where it said,
Me too.
the garment of a man at Yehuda is saying, let us go with you, for we have heard that Elohim is with you. That strikes out to me that, being separated, being sealed with the name of Yahuwah, and seeing all the peace and joy that we walk in, and people will look upon you, and you will be esteeming Yahuwah with your obedience to Torah. And people will be like, wow, I want what he's got. Look at how Look at how much joy and peace he's got. Look at who does he worship? Who does he serve? Yahuwah. You know? So that one sticks out to me is being able to esteem Yahuwah with our active obedience.
Yeah, I find it extremely fascinating, that verse 23. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was noting, because I had to read it, how many times they said it was written, Yahuwah Sabaoth. And I would like to know why it was emphasized so many times.
I did a study on that not too long ago. Does anybody that watched that study can answer that question for her?
What was the name of the study?
Oh, I don't know. It was like 2 weeks ago. Let me look at it.
Oh, yes. When you went over the names of the creator. I remember that. Yes.
Yeah, it might have been 3 weeks ago. By now, you know how time flies. Hang on a minute.
Yeah, it was at
I
least
don't know
three.
if I can double screen this. I think I can. Hang on a minute. Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions in the meantime while I'm looking for this? There we go.
I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Miss Sandra does.
Oh, go ahead then. Talitha had her hand up first. Go ahead, Talitha.
Okay, just for 23, because that I wasn't gonna say something at first because it's way at the end, but since you guys brought it up, for me when I read that, they shall take hold of the edge of the garment of a man, a Yehudi, saying, "Let us go with you, for we have heard that Elohim is with you." For me, I thought this was like foreshadowing or a prophecy of Yahusha's coming. Which I don't know, maybe it's not, but that's what I got from it when I read it.
Say that again now. Is Yahuwah's second coming?
Of Yahusha's coming, not his second coming.
Oh, the first
I would
coming?
say his first coming, because
Oh.
that's when he gathers all the followers.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Right, and it's a Yehudi. It's a Yehudi man, because in his second coming, he's already known for what he is, but in his first coming, he's just another man, unless you have been called by him.
Anybody got any thoughts on what she's saying? Come on now. Y'all should be able to answer that very quickly. I say it all the time. Okay, and so there's a literal meaning.
Is that the gathering of the nation?
Well, there's a literal meaning and a spiritual meaning. So to put this in context, she's right in context, literal context. Okay, because what is this talking about here? Them coming back from exile. So she's correct. But spiritually, okay, this is talking about the second coming. This would be the second Exodus then, right? Spiritually, this is the second Exodus. Literally speaking, this probably is talking about, it's not really about the first coming, but it's more about the return from exile. So as these people are returning from exile, don't forget there were 3 waves that came back. Only about 10% of the Israelites came back. So 90% of the children of Israel didn't come back. Okay, why? Because they had already reestablished themselves over that 70 years. They had children, they bought homes, they had masters, they had fields. You know, they were moving on with their life, and so they didn't want to give all that up and come back to nothing, because they knew that Jerusalem and Israel was in shambles and there was nothing there, and they didn't want to give that up, so they didn't come back. But about 10% did of all the tribes. Okay, and so as they were coming back, there were these people that were living in the countryside, in captivity, but in the countryside, and we're allowed to stay there and do that. We read about that. The poor people were allowed to do that, and so as they were these people were coming back, they would kind of gravitate toward them as they were returning to Jerusalem and taking hold of the edge of their garment and saying, "Let us go back with you." A garment of a Yehudite going back from exile. Let's go back. And so we have heard that Elohim is with you. See what I'm saying? And so in that sense, if we keep it in a literal context, it's speaking about the return from the exile. In spirituality, in the spiritual sense or understanding of this verse, the secret spiritual message of Yahuwah within this context is all about the second Exodus, okay, or the return of Yahusha. Okay? Go ahead, Roz.
Phyllis, it was 261 times.
Oh, I forgot.
Amazing, but not in that verse. But you mean in the scripture altogether?
In the whole scripture, 261 times.
And I can't.
Yeah. Okay, so the name of that video that we talk about, the Shabboth, it's called Shabboth, Marriage of the Lamb, and the Priestly Blessing. That's what it's called. You want to watch it? I can put it on. All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Oh, Phil, go ahead, Sandra.
I was just gonna say that if I remember correctly, Sabaoth, he is all is over all armies. He's the Saba is army or host. He's all powerful, is why it's like his authority. He has all authority, is what I think you taught in that lesson, what Sabaoth means. He's all of it. Nothing above him.
Yeah, basically everything is available to him because he owns everything. And so all things are available to him. Okay. And so if you mix that with the understanding of he's the head of the armies, and with the fact that all supplies, everything is available to him, then you can see how overwhelmingly powerful he truly is, because everything is available to him. And he has the great army. He's head of the great army. So who's going to defeat that army? Nobody. All resources are available to him, including the great army of heaven. Okay, that's what that means. Go ahead, Oz.
Here in verse 6, those say Yahuwah Sabaoth, if it is marvelous in the eyes of the remnant of this people, of this Yamin, should it also be marvelous in my eyes. And he continues, see, I am saving my people from the land of the sunrise and from the land of the sunset. Is that referring to like the millennial kingdom? Like, is that like the New Jerusalem?
Which one?
Verse 6 and 7.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's yeah. He's bringing them all out of captivity, out of the nations that he's scattered them to. He's bringing them all back.
But is that like Millennium Kingdom, or that will be like after the exile from Babylon that he's bringing them?
Well, and again, literally,
both.
yeah, both. Literally, in literal context, it's out of exile. Spiritually, it's out of all the nations of the world that he scattered them to. So that would be the second Exodus. Both.
Okay.
Literal and spiritual meaning here. Everybody seeing that?
So that kind of verifies your north and south direction that you were talking about in chapter 6.
Well, no, where it says, yeah, well, kind of. Yeah, in 7, where it says, my people from the land of the sunset and from the land of the sunrise. That means all around the entire globe.
That's east and west.
Right.
Because the sun rises in the east and it sets in the west.
Correct. So half of the globe would be dark, and the other half is light, and then vice versa. So all the nations, basically, he's going to bring them back. But that's the spiritual. Literally, in literal context, obviously, this is talking about the return of the exiles, the post-exile. This all Zechariah is a post-exile prophet. Okay. Back over here to this Zechariah 23, man. Let's look at Isaiah 4:1 real quick. Isaiah 4:1. And then that yom 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we shall eat our own food and wear our own clothes. Only let us be called by your name to take away our reproach. In that yom, the branch of Yahuwah shall be splendid and esteemed, and the fruit of the earth shall be excellent and comely for the escaped ones of Yahusha. What do you think this is talking about? It's the same thing, isn't it? So I think, to me, that this is after World War III. And a lot of the men will be in battle. It could be Armageddon. And they're going to be destroyed. So there'll be way more women than men. Enough so they're going to go back into having multiple wives like they did before. And so 7 women will be married to one man, will take his last name to bring so that they won't be ashamed. And then it says, in that yom, the branch of Yahuwah shall be splendid in esteem. So that has to be millennium reign. So is this saying that in the millennium reign, he's going to bring back the law that men can have more than one wife? I mean, I don't see where he ever even got rid of it, to tell you the truth. And so one man will have 7 wives in the millennium reign. Because it says in that yom, the branch of Yahuwah shall be splendid and esteemed, and the fruit of the eretz shall be excellent. In Hebrew, fruit is children. And commonly for the escaped ones of Yisrael, the ones that have escaped sin and death, have escaped World War III and Armageddon, escaped the tribulation years. They're now finding themselves in the millennium reign with the branch of Yahuwah, which is Yahusha. Is that what all this is about? Correlating back over here with Zechariah 23, 8:23. Anybody? Phyllis, you got your arm up?
I was going to ask a different question. Like in Zechariah, it said 10 men will take hold. And then in the reference you just read, it's 7 women, but the 10 men could represent the 10 tribes, but I'm not sure what 7 women would represent, like the lampstand, maybe.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, if it is, it's on another spiritual level that I can't get to. But yeah, I mean, if you put this in literal context, these 10 men may be speaking of Ephraim coming back from exile, but this isn't really speaking about Ephraim, is it? Because Ephraim went into captivity, Assyrian captivity, about 200 years prior to this. And so this is more about the return of Yehuda from the exile of Babylon. See, so that would be 2 tribes. But in reality, it's really all 12 tribes. Because a lot of Ephraim, the 10 tribes in Ephraim, migrated to Yehuda to worship in Jerusalem at the temple. Remember? So the king of Ephraim tried to stop it by putting a golden calf in 2 different locations up there for them to worship and stay in the northern tribes. But a lot of them did migrate to Yehuda. And so that's a tough one, man. You know. To me, this is all about Yehuda. So I think it's in reference to the second Exodus. I'll just say that much, you know. And I think the Isaiah 4 with the 7 women it's got to be the millennium reign, man, because the Yahusha's there. It mentions Yahusha. Okay, now let's see if we can clean this up a little bit and look at Isaiah 3:12. So Isaiah 3:12. My people, use exert pressure on them, and women rule over them. O my people, your leaders lead you astray and swallow the way of your paths. Okay, so this is obvious. Okay, use exert pressure on them, meaning they're basically going to kids and asking their opinion on what they should do and listening to what the kids tell them to do. Almost like it's a reversal. Like the kids are the parent and the parents are the kids. So when's this going? You wonder when is this going to happen? And then women rule over them. I mean, we're starting to see this play out more and more and more as we approach the tribulation years, aren't we? I do. I see a lot of parents asking, the kids demanding they do stuff and they do it. And I also see a lot of women in authority positions now, and even more and more and more. Right now, this year, there's more women in Congress, the United States Congress, than ever has been. And so is this something that's going to be happening during the tribulation years? Probably. There's a lot of crazy stuff going to happen, it seems to be. And then let's just finish it up with Jeremiah 31:22, which is Sandra's favorite verse. Jeremiah 31:22 says, then when, where am I at? Oh, yeah, 31:22. Till when would you turn here and there, O backsliding daughter? For Yahuwah has created what is new on Yeretz, and Asha encompasses a man. And so to me, when we put all this together, all these verses we just referenced, it appears that women are going to be in control rather than men. There's going to be reversal of roles, and women are going to be in charge of the men, and the men are become so weak that even the children are going to boss them around and tell them what to do. And so when do you think, oh, that's going to happen? Well, it must be in the tribulation years. Because what does it say about the anti-Messiah? He'll have no respect for what a woman wants. Doesn't it say that? Yeah, it does. That's in, where is that? That is in, I think, Ezekiel. Anybody remember where that's at? Let me see. See if you can find it. Oh, let me see. Yeah. Let's see. That would be, if I can find it. Anybody find it yet?
Which scripture are you looking for?
About the anti-Messiah, where he won't have any respect for women. Of the what the woman wants. I can't remember how the wording is.
Isn't that in Daniel?
I can't remember. I wish I could remember.
Seemed like I read that in
What's
Daniel.
in my mind for some reason.
Daniel chapter 10, I thought. Some more.
I think it has to do with the Elohim of fortresses type. Remember? Description of the anti. I think you're right, Sandra.
Sounds like Daniel.
Go to
Chapter
Daniel.
10 or 11.
Yeah, probably 11. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. Daniel 11. Probably starts in 36. It starts to this is a different time period now.
I only remembered it because I remember when you taught about it, you were saying it doesn't mean he's homosexual. It just means that he's just selfish or something. I can't remember.
Let's look at it. It's in Daniel 11, 36 through 37 or 40. It says, and the sovereign shall do as he pleases and exalt himself and show himself to be great above every mighty one, and speak incredible matters against the all of mighty ones, and shall prosper until the wrath has been accomplished, for what he has been decreed shall be done, and have no regard for the mighty ones of his fathers, nor for the desire of women, nor have regard for any mighty one, but exalt himself above them all. But in his place he shall give esteem to a mighty one of fortresses, and to a mighty one which his fathers did not know, he shall give esteem with gold and silver, and precious stones and costly gifts. And he shall act against the strongest fortresses with a foreign mighty one, which he shall acknowledge. He shall increase in esteem and cause them to rule over many and divide the land for gain. Okay, so this is the end time anti-Messiah's personality traits. Here his character. He have no regard for mighty ones, his father, nor for the desire of women, and have regard for any mighty one, but exalt himself above them all. Because he's going to be extremely arrogant. He's going to be a narcissist of narcissists. And so the desire of women here, I think it's because at this particular time, which is when? The tribulation years, when he comes on the world stage, that the women are going to be in control. And he's going to have no regard for the desire of women. He's going to take over. He says, screw you women, I'm taking charge. But the women are going to have taken charge over the weak men of this era, to the point where even the children are going to boss them around. I mean, that's just what I'm saying. It's just kind of, if you put all those verses together and just really study those chapters in context, boy, it seems to be talking about the tribulation years and the millennium reign, what's going to be happening during them times. Thoughts, comments, or questions? Nobody? All right. Phyllis? You got any questions about what you just read?
Other than I don't understand any of it. No, you explained everything that I had questions about, because that was really hard hitting at what you said just now about the women will be in charge, or they seem to be in charge now, but this man, and I'm not sure who is this man that's not going to have anything to do with the women, that he's going to put himself above the women.
That's the anti-Messiah.
Isn't that exactly what Lucifer said? He wanted people to exalt him instead of Yahuwah.
Yeah, there's a lot of types leading up to this finale. You know, the ultimate anti-Messiah guy here. A lot of types leading up to him, man. I mean, a lot of people even say Hitler, you know, and Napoleon and Stalin and Mao Zedong were all, you know, types of the anti-Messiah leading up to him. I mean, they all killed a lot of people, man. Created a lot of war. They had no regard for anybody, did they? They steamrolled over men, women, and children. They didn't care. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was noticing in Yahusha chapter 2, this kind of reminded, this here verse that we're talking about, 23, is sort of sounding like this too. I don't know what you think. It said the word that Yahu, son of Amatz, Isaiah, to those that Yashayahu is the Hebrew, and Isaiah chapter 2 is where I'm reading from. And it says, and it shall be in the latter Yomim that the mountain of the house of Yahuwah is established on top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow to it. And many people shall come and say, come and let us go up to the mountain of Yahuwah, to the house of Elohim of Jacob, and let him teach us his ways. Let us walk in his paths. For out of Sion comes forth the Torah and the word of Yahuwah from Jerusalem. And it goes on to talk about in the 4th verse that he's going to judge them. And then I noticed in Yirmiyahu chapter 16, Yirmiyahu chapter 16, which is Jeremiah chapter 16, at verse, it kind of sounds like the same event. That's why I was reading it. It says, verse 19, O Yahuwah, my strength and my stronghold and my refuge, in the yom of distress, the Gentiles shall come to you from the ends of the earth and say, our fathers have inherited only falsehood, futility, and there's no value in them. And then he talks about if they're going to make mighty ones out of things that are not mighty, causing them, he said, therefore, see, I'm causing them to know. This time I cause them to know my hand, my might, that encompasses the Sabaoth, and they shall know that my name is Yahuwah. And if we go to Yirmiyahu chapter 5, chapter 23, Jeremiah chapter 23, verse 5. See, the Yomim are coming, declares Yahuwah, when I shall raise for Daoud a branch of righteousness, and a sovereign shall reign and act wisely. and shall do right ruling and righteousness in the Eretz. So that's kind of like the same thing that he's going to read. And then
Yeah, that the first one you were reading there is the millennium reign.
right, okay,
The second one you read is the Great Awakening,
okay,
and they happened in 2008. And then that last one you just read is referencing the millennium reign also.
millennium reign. And then what about 33:15? That's Jeremiah 33, verse 15. It says, where is it? I don't know. I saw some similarity there. In those young men, and at that time, I caused a branch of righteousness to spring forth for Daoud, and he shall do right ruling and righteousness in the Eretz. That's the millennium reign. 2. Okay.
Yes, millennium reign.
So I'm thinking here because in 23 it says 10 men from all languages of the nations take hold. So they've already been mixed and scattered. And it, like Sister Phyllis was saying, those 10 men could be, I don't know, the 10 tribes. And why he's saying they're grabbing the garment of a Yehudi, because remember when
Okay, let me just clarify that real quick, okay?
okay.
All right. So the 10 men from all languages of the nations. Okay, that's all nations. That's all the Gentile nations.
Okay.
That's all of them. Okay, representing all the nations. Okay, and then when it says takes a hold of the edge of a garment of a man, a Yehudai. Now that's just one tribe out of the 12 tribes.
Yeah, but remember when Yahusha told that lady?
Hang on, let me finish. And so then it says that they take a hold of the garment. So this could be that during the return back to Israel from exile, that the Ephraim, who was still living out in the countryside, hiding or whatever they were doing, came back with the Yehudim that were exiled in Babylon. Because don't remember, Ephraim was scattered 200 years before this. Okay, and this is a literal thing that we're trying to understand here by saying that. But spiritually, since the 10 men from all the nations, this could be the return of Yahusha. This could be the second Exodus. See what I'm saying? And so then if it was, then the 10 men from all the languages would represent all the lost tribes that he's bringing back, the remnant. And then the Yehudai could be the 144,000, which I think Ross mentioned. Somebody mentioned that. Or was it Talitha?
I'm not sure, but the reason why I said that, because remember when Yahusha told that one lady, the Yehudim, or I'm not sure if it was a lady or whom he was talking. He said, but the Yehudim, they know the way. So that's why they were grabbing his garment, because they knew the way. The Yehudi knew the way. And that's why I had referenced that it possibly could be Israel, because they had gotten scattered and forgotten.
Yeah, it can be both. Like I said, it depends on whether you're talking literal in context or if you're talking spiritual now. It can be either way.
Okay.
And I think we established that 3 or 4
times. Yeah, I can see it being the end time gathering too.
Yeah. It's both ways, man.
Yeah.
We could see it. We could see it in a different light, I mean, but 10 tribes returning to Torah, we see it down there in that caption there by the author, is probably referencing the second Exodus, is my guess. It's the only thing I can think of, because that would be Ephraim, which would be mankind, because they're scattered throughout all the nations, the seed of Abraham. But only a remnant's going to come back He's not bringing all of them back. He's just bringing a remnant of them back, the ones that he's chosen to come back. And my guess is the ones that he woke up in 2008, where that prophecy you were just talking about, that second one you read, is all about the awakening. See what I'm saying? So all of Ephraim isn't going to come back, just a remnant of Ephraim, and probably those who he woke up. None of the other ones aren't coming back. They're going to remain scattered among the nations at that time. You know, the world's going to get burnt, remember? Very few men will be left.
I can see what you're saying, because what it says in verse 20, it says, thus saith Yahuwah Sabaoth, peoples shall yet come, inhabitants of many cities, and the inhabitants of the one go to another, saying, let us earnestly. So it's like, like they're having an awakening. Go and pray before Yahuwah and seek Yahuwah Sabaoth. I myself am going. It's like they did get awakened, and many people, strong nations, come and seek him. Yeah, those above verses kind of make sense what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying both ways. You know, I'm not just saying one way. I'm saying it can be taken spiritually and literally.
Can this also be like referring to the coming of the Gentiles into the belief of Yahuwah as the
you can see that
the Elohim?
Are you guys hearing what she's saying on that? That could be, but again, that's touching a higher level of spirituality, the spiritual insight.
Because first I was thinking that with 23, but then even when Sandra read 20, it also still sounds, to me, it still sounds like that.
Yeah. And it can be, yeah. At a higher level of spirituality, yeah, it does. Remember, I said there's a literal and a spiritual, but the spiritual can have different levels of understanding where Yahuwah can take people to where most of us can't get there. You know, for whatever reason, he does show higher levels of understanding to other people, and that's just the way Yahuwah is. And I don't, I can see when somebody, I don't see it, but when somebody mentions it, if I can see it, and so it opens up my eyes a little further. Why? Because already walking in spirit and truth. I just need a little nudge and I can see it.
Yeah, her sharing it gets us there with her.
Yeah, that's what this is all about, isn't it? Don't quench the Ruach. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on Zechariah chapter 8? Very powerful chapter here. Very spiritual. The whole book is really. The whole book's spiritual, man. Goes way above most people's understanding. Okay, so 9 is no different. I mean, it's deep, 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 deep. High, 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 high. However you want to say it. Yeah, we do one more and call it quits, or should we call it quits now? What y'all want to do?
Yeah, we'll go one more.
Go one more. Who wants to read it? Rich Hill Jilly says, iron sharpens iron. Hallelujah. Wow. I guess Talitha wants to.
Okay.
She said so. I had her hand up where you did, although you can't see her. I'm sitting right next to her, so I see her hand coming upside my head pretty quick.
I'm also okay.
It's all good.
Okay, sister, thank you.
All right, let's roll with it. This is a very spiritual one, so pay attention to it. It'll go right over your head.
Okay, Zechariah chapter 9. The message of the word of Yahuwah against the land of Kadrach and Damascus, its resting place. When the eye of man and all the tribes of Yisrael are on Yahuwah, and Hamath also borders on it, Sor and Sidon, though they are very wise. For Tzor built herself a tower, heaped up silver like the dust, and gold like the mud of the streets. See, Yahuwah shall dispossess her, and he shall destroy her power in the sea, and she shall be consumed by fire.
Mhm.
Ashkelon sees it and fears it. Aza too, writhing in anguish, and Ekron, for her expectation has dried up. And the sovereign shall perish from Aza, and Ashkelon shall not be inhabited. And a half-breed shall settle in Ashdod. So I shall cut off the pride of the Philistine, and shall take away his blood from his mouth, and the abominations from between his teeth. And he shall remain, even he, to our Elohim, and he shall be like a leader in Yehuda, and Ekron like a Yebusi. And I shall encamp around my house against an army, against him who passes by and him who returns, so that no oppressor passes through them again. For now I have seen with my eyes. Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Shout, O daughter of Jerusalem. See, your sovereign is coming to you. He is righteous and endowed with deliverance, humble and riding on a donkey, a colt, the foal of a donkey.
Okay, hang on. Okay, man. Up here, probably about the start of at 4. I'll just say down to 8, verse 8. This is all about Gaza. These cities that are being mentioned here are in Philistine. And then it even says in 6, so I shall cut off the pride of the Philistine, and shall take away his blood from their mouth, and the abominations from between his teeth. Okay, so the Philistines are Islam, and they teach the green horse. And he shall remain, even he to our Elohim, he shall be like a leader in Yehuda. Sounds like he's going to get converted. The Philistines are going to get converted. But notice up here that they're going to get destroyed. In 4, Yahuwah shall disposes of her, and he shall destroy her power in the sea, and she shall be consumed by fire. Look what's going on over there now. All the cities in the Gaza there in the Philistine is destroyed. They're all destroyed. Is this fulfillment that we're seeing fulfilled in our eyes here in Zechariah of the Philistines? If it is, it sounds like they're going to be the remnant of them. Here it says, and shall remain, he shall remain, even he to our Elohim. Sounds like they're going to be converted. I mean, and he shall be like a leader in Yehuda, and Ekron, which is a city in Philistine, like a Yebusi, which is a city in Israel. So it sounds like it's going to become part of Israel. Is that scriptural? Yes, it is. Isn't that amazing? So this seems to be prophecy of Gaza, man. What's going to happen with Gaza is pretty much written right here, what the outcome's going to be. So all the cities are going to be destroyed, and then the remaining ones are going to blend together and mix with Israel, become Israel. Well, but there's a lot of people hating to hear that, but man, that's what that sounds like to me. Anybody else got any thoughts or comments or questions on that? And then, of course, verse 9 is all about the Messiah, isn't it? That's pretty obvious. Verse 9 is all about the Messiah coming on us. And so this is prophecy. Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Shout, O daughter of Jerusalem. See, your sovereign is coming to you. He is righteous, endowed with deliverance, humble, and riding on a donkey, a colt, the foal of a donkey. And then we see the fulfillment. This is obviously his first coming, not the second coming, first coming in John 12:15.
And Matthew 21:9 too.
Yeah, go to John 12:15. John 12:15 says, "Do not fear, daughter of Zion. See, your sovereign is coming, sitting on the colt of a donkey." There's your fulfillment.
What was that, John?
12:15.
John 12:15. So Zechariah 9:9 is the prophecy, and John 12:15 is the fulfillment of that prophecy. So that one's been fulfilled at the first coming of Yahusha. All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions up to this point? Boy, that Gaza thing, man, really, woo. And that seems to be not totally fulfilled yet, but boy, it seems to be 90% fulfilled on it. They definitely, all them cities mentioned there have been destroyed. And then Netanyahu, he's talking about not letting Gaza be go back and being a nation again. He's just going to keep it and let it become part of Israel. He's saying, he's literally saying that right now. So, wow. Thoughts, comments, questions? If not, Talitha, let's continue on.
Okay.
Verse 10.
So, chapter 9, verse 10. And I shall cut off the chariot from Ephraim, and the horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall speak peace to the nations, and his rule is from sea to sea, and from the river to the ends of the Eretz. Also you, because of the blood of your covenant, I shall send your prisoners out of the pit. Return to the stronghold, you prisoners of the expectation. Even today I declare that I return double to you. For I shall bend Yehudah for me. I shall fit the bow with Ephraim, and I shall stir up your sons, Sion, against your sons, O Greece, and I shall make you like the sword of a mighty man. And Yahuwah shall appear for them, and his arrow go forth like lightning, and the master Yahuwah sound the ram's horn. And he shall go with whirlwinds from the south. Yahuwah Tsabaoth shall shield them, and they shall devour and trample on sling stones, and they shall drink, roar as if with wine, and they shall be filled like basins, like the corners of the altar. And Yahuwah their Elohim shall save them in that yom, as the flock of his people, for the stones of a diadem sparkling over his land. For what goodness is he, and what comeliness is his? Grain make the young men thrive, and new wine the maidens.
Okay, thanks, Talitha. All right, so wow, so much spirituality here. I can't even believe it. What do you think verse 11 is? It says, "Also you, because of the blood of your covenant, I shall send your prisoners out of the pit." What do you think that is? What's that mean? Ross?
That they'll be released from their captivity, from the ones that have that they've been oppressed by. Yasharal.
Yes, literally. What is it spiritually? Sandra?
Isn't that what Yahusha did? The first time when he set captivity captive?
No.
It's in Corinthians. That's not.
Well, I'm not going to say no. I'll say that that's a shoot off in some spiritual direction, okay? But it's not really following in context here. But and also because of the blood
Is
of
that delivering them from death when he says out of
Yeah.
the pit, delivering
Yeah.
them from death? Okay.
yeah. Now you're talking. This is the first resurrection, isn't it? Yeah, this is the first resurrection. So he's going to, I shall send your prisoners out of the pit because of the blood of the covenant. So he's going to resurrect them. Those are in the grave. Okay. So hell is a hole or a pit
But who
or
is
a
he
grave. Okay. Return to the stronghold, you prisoners of the expectation. Expectation of what? Is of being resurrected and brought back to life and given immortality. Even today I declare that I return double to you. For I shall bend Yehuda for me, and I shall fill the bow with Ephraim, and I shall stir up your sons, Zion against your sons, O Greece, and I shall make you like the sword of the mighty one. What's that about? What do you think that's talking about? Okay, so this time period is before the erection of the second temple. So what would this prophecy be about then? Listen to the prophecy. For I shall bend Yehuda for me, I shall fill the bow with Ephraim, and I shall stir up your sons, Zion, against your sons, O Greece, and I shall make you like a sword of a mighty one. What do you think it means? Roz?
Well, Yehuda is going to be coming back to him. He's bending towards him. Ephraim is his power in the because the prophecy when Yasharel had said it over the two boys, he said that Ephraim would be the most powerful of the two. And then you
Boy, you almost got it.
huh?
So you almost got it.
I don't remember what that huh?
Yeah. Okay, so look, verse 13 is a prophecy, and then 14 down to the rest of it is a different prophecy, if that helps. Okay, so verse 13 is prophesying the Maccabees. See where it says I shall stir up your sons, Zion, against your sons, O Greece. The little Maccabee family beat up big bad Greece, man. Run them out of Jerusalem, and then they rededicated the temple. That's what Hanukkah is all about. Why? Because Greece was in there, had built put a statue of Zeus in the temple, and they were bowing down to Zeus, and they were offering pig meat on Yahuwah's altar to Zeus. And the Maccabees went in there and defeated them, run them out of Jerusalem, took it back, and then rededicated it to Yahuwah. And when they went to relight the menorah, there was only enough oil in there to burn for 7 days, but to burn for 1 day. But the dedication, the purification period, had to go over 8 days. But they only had oil in the menorah for 1 day. But miraculously, the menorah burned continuously for 8 days. And that's what the Hanukkah is all about. That's why they call it the Festival of Lights. That's the nickname of Hanukkah, is the Festival of Lights. That's where that comes from. Okay, so 13, the Maccabees, and then 14 to the end there is all about Armageddon. And the way you can tell that is where it says in 15, Yahuwah's abode shall shield them. You see that? And 15, Yahuwah Sabaoth shall shield them. You see it? Now look over, and we're going to cheat now. I'm going to cheat on you. Go to Zechariah 12:8. So Zechariah 12:8 says, in that Yom, Yahuwah shall shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem. You see that? And so to understand what that means, you got to back up to 6. So go back up to 12:6. In that Yom, I make the leaders of Yehuda like a fire pot among trees, and like a torch of fire in the sheaves, and they shall consume all the people all around on the right and on the left. This is a nuclear bomb that's going to be detonated in Jerusalem by the Israelites. And they have a military strategy there known as the Samson option. And what that is that's their, their final straw, right? And so what they do is when they're totally attacked and overrun, they're going to say, it's better that we get destroyed and get annihilated with our enemy than to lose Jerusalem again. And so they choose to detonate a nuclear bomb. And at that exact moment, Yahusha returns and he shields the blast of the nuclear bomb and protects the children of Israel. But the children of the Antichrist gets nailed with that bomb. They feel the full effects of it. And then it says, and Jerusalem shall dwell again in her own place in Jerusalem. And Yahuwah shall save the tents of the Yehuda first, so that the comeliness of the house of David, the comeliness of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, would not become greater than that of Yehuda. And in that Yom, Yahuwah shall shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the feeble among them in that Yom shall be like Daud in the house of Daud, like Elohim, like the messenger of Yahuwah before them. It shall be that in that Yom that I seek to destroy all the nations that come against Yisrael. And then look what happens later. They recognize the Messiah, the returning Messiah, as their king and high priest, their Messiah. And they recognize him to be who he said he was when he was here the first time. And so that's right at the very end of Armageddon is when all that happens. Right at the very end of Armageddon. After all the bowls, the wrath of Yahuwah have been poured out. That's when that happens. It's the last straw. Okay, so back over to Zechariah 9 now. Now you can see where from 14 to the end is all about that. The end of Armageddon. So then it says, and they shall devour and trample on sling stones, and they shall drink roar as if with wine, and they shall be filled with like basins, like corners of the altar. And Yahuwah their Elohim shall save them in that Yom as the flock of his people, for the stones of the diadem sparkling over his land. For what goodness is his, and what comeliness is his. Grain make the young men thrive, and new wine the maidens. And so it is after, he comes back and saves Jerusalem, and it's all over and done with. There's going to be some celebration going on. Going into the millennium reign, aren't we? Yep. Going right into the millennium reign after that. Why? Because it says immediately after those days, the sun will go out, lights out. And at that point, it's the end of the 6th millennium. And so then the 7th millennium will begin. And that's the millennium reign of Yahusha. Any thoughts, comments, or questions now? You see where this entire book points at Messiah? I mean, he's the main theme here. Actually, the entire Tanakh and Natsarim writings point at Yahusha. If you really want to skin all the layers of the onion back, you got Yahusha when you get down to the core. So whatever, it's all points to Yahusha. All roads lead to Yahusha. All scriptures lead to Yahuwah or Yahusha. See it either way. Thoughts, comments, questions? Last one, chapter 10. We're going to be done. Give me a reader. You got a question, Ross?
I don't know if y'all are aware, but Netanyahu's real name is not that name.
Right.
I tried looking it up just now, and I think they must have taken it out.
Yeah.
But he used to have something like from the Ukraine or Russia or something like that, wherever he was originally.
Right.
And
You're
then
right.
he changed.
Yeah, he did.
So I wonder if that has something, and to put Yahoo in it means that he's trying to connect himself to Yahuwah.
Yeah, he's going back to his roots. That's all.
Yeah.
It's like some of the African Americans, right? You know, they found their roots and then they changed their name back to their African heritage. You know, that's all that's happening there. A lot of them did, and Netanyahu ain't the only one did that. A lot of them that went back.
Every one of them.
Yeah, a lot of them did. Any other thoughts, comments, questions? Chance, you got some, bro? No? Okay. All right, Joe, I got you reading chapter 10. Sandra, you got a question?
The stones of a diadem sparkling over his land. So aren't we going to be the stones that are sparkling over his land? It talks about in Revelation, because he's the chief cornerstone, and we'll be built. Remember, he built his stones in antiquity in Yeshayahu 54. So the stones of the diadem, for the stones of a diadem sparkling over, we'll be those sparkling stones. It sounds like our immortal bodies there.
Yeah. I would say you're probably correct. You know, since a diadem in Hebrew is a royal headband or crown.
I don't know, something about that on my mind. I always sing to Yahusha. I give him credit. I couldn't think of nothing like that.
Yeah. So for the stones of a diadem, which would be in Hebrew, royal headband or crown, sparkling over his land. Wow. Yeah, you might be right on that one. And very interesting. That's very spiritual. It's a higher level than I was at. Anybody else? If not, Brother Joe, you're on stage, man.
Zechariah 10:1. Ask Yahuwah for rain in the time of the latter rain. Yahuwah who makes storm clouds, and he gives them showers of rain, the plants in the field to everyone. For the household idols spoke emptiness. The diviners saw falsehood and relate dreams of deceit. They comfort in vain. Therefore they have wandered about like sheep. They are afflicted, for there is no shepherd. My wrath burns against the shepherds, and I lay a charge against the leaders. For Yahuwah Sabaoth shall visit his flock, the house of Yehudah, and make them like his splendid horse in battle. From him comes the cornerstone, from him the tent peg, from him the battle bow, from him every ruler together. And they shall be like mighty men who trample down the mud of the streets in the battle. And they shall fight because Yahuwah is with them, and the riders on horses shall be put to shame. And I shall make the house of Yehudah mighty, and save the house of Yusuf. And I shall bring them back, because I have compassion on them. And they shall be as though I had not pushed them aside. For I am Yahuwah, their Elohim, and I answer them. And Ephraim shall be as a mighty man, and their heart shall rejoice as if with wine. And their children shall see and rejoice, their heart exulting in Yahuwah. I shall whistle for them and gather them, for I shall ransom them. And they shall increase as they once increased. Though I sow them among peoples, they shall remember me in places far away. And they shall live together with their children, and they shall return. And I shall bring them back from the land of Mitzrayim, and gather them from Asher, and bring them into the land of Gilead and Lebanon, until no more room is found for them. And he shall pass through the sea of distress, and strike the waves of the sea, and all the depths of the river shall dry up. And the pride of Asher shall be brought down, and the scepter of Mizraim be taken away. And I shall make them mighty in Yahuwah, so that they walk up and down in his name, declares Yahuwah.
Wow. All right. Thanks, Joe.
You will.
Okay. Same thing, man. It's power, practice, spirituality here, man. I mean, wow. I mean, this prophet is just amazing, man. How Yahuwah used this guy. All right, back. Let's go over and look at 3. My wrath burns against the shepherds, and I lay a charge against the leaders. What do y'all think that means?
Talking about the false teachers, like those that are leading all the flocks astray.
Yeah, this is speaking against the false prophets and the false teachers, isn't it? The leaders, the teachers of Torah. Okay, so go down to 6. And I shall make the house of Yehuda mighty and save the house of Joseph. What's the house of Joseph? What's that? Notice it's saying
in Manasseh. Operating in Manasseh, the nations.
house of
You say.
Yehuda and save the house of Joseph. What's that? What's the house of Joseph? Anybody? Sandra? I mean, Chance?
Would this point at anything to do with Yusuf having the two children, Manasseh and Ephraim?
Beyond that, Ephraim being what Sandra just said. The nations, right? And Manasseh being what? A great nation as well. Because all of the house of Joseph was scattered. It's just that Yahuwah, when his nickname, when he chose to call Israel, it was Ephraim, which included all 10 tribes. So, and when he says Ephraim, he's talking about all 10 tribes. When you hear Yahuwah say it. Okay. And so with that in mind, then the house of Yehuda would be the southern kingdom, and to save the house of Joseph would be the northern kingdom, all 10 tribes.
Hey, calm down, boy. Hey.
How do we know that? Because of what's in Ezekiel 40 through 48, especially chapter 48. All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Sandra?
Okay, I have a question about verse 1. Ask Yahuwah for rain in the time of the latter rain, who makes storm clouds, and he gives them showers of rain, the plants in the field for everyone. So this sounds like, I could be wrong, but he's returning one young Teruah, the trumpet will blow. When you're thinking about him will be in his plants in his field. The latter rain, when a farmer plants a garden, the farmer rain brings the first crops. It's talking about the first, the tender crops come forth. The latter rain is the ones that bring the crops to maturity. And He's saying plants in the field. He's talking about when he bring forth his, to me, I could be wrong. He's talking about, he said, ask for rain in the time of the rain. Yahuwah, who makes storm clouds, and he gives them showers of rain, the outpouring of the Ruach Kadesh, bringing us to maturity, is what I'm getting from that. What do you think?
I understand what you're saying. Anybody else got any insight on that? I was kind of getting out of that similar, I guess, to that, but to me, it was the great harvest. Speaking of the great harvest of spirits, souls.
Oh man, I like that, brother. That's what okay, I'm gonna add that to mine.
Anybody else got anything on questions at all? Chapter 10. Look at 8. I shall whistle for them and gather them, for I shall ransom them, and they shall increase as they once increased. Okay, so what's that talking about? Remember when we were talking about Yahuwah speaks to Israel in all occupations? So he'll speak to them like in Matthew 13, the parable chapter. Every one of them parables is speaking about the same thing, but he's just talking to each individual tradesman in their own occupation. So he talks to the fishermen in their fisherman terms, and he speaks to the sailors in their sailors' terms. He speaks to the farmers in their farmers' terms. He speaks to the shepherds in their shepherds' terms. Okay, and he does that throughout all of Scripture. And because the best way for somebody to understand what you're saying is talk to them in their occupational terms, because they're professionals and they get it when you speak to them in the professional occupational terms. And that's why Yahuwah does that. So here in 8, it says, I shall whistle for them and gather them, for I shall ransom them, and they shall increase as they once increased. So first of all, what occupation is he speaking to here, do you think? And what does it mean? Go ahead, Chance.
Something that's kind of screaming out to me here is when they increased, when they were in Natsarim, they were increasing. Yashrael is increasing in multitude as like the sands of the sea. So maybe, perhaps they, Yahuwah is a banner, and he's gathering his people from amongst the Gentiles where we were scattered, and everybody's coming back into the belief and being sealed in the name of Yahusha, being sealed with Yahuwah.
Yeah, that's what it means. And so, what occupation do you think he's talking in here? What terminology is he using? Well, obviously, it's for the shepherds, and sheep and goat shepherds, right? And so you whistle, they whistle, and the flock comes running. They think they're going to get grain or whatever, right? But he's going to whistle for them. He's going to gather them, or I shall ransom them. And so, obviously, this is speaking of him, the rebirth of Israel. Because when we identify the second Exodus, what is it?
Mm-hmm.
It's the first resurrection. Okay, and so that's how we can kind of, if we keep that in mind, we can kind of determine what we're talking about here. Either the second resurrection, or what the other people call the second Exodus, or is it the regathering at the rebirth of Israel in 1948, which is prophesied as well. Okay, and then it says, for I shall ransom them. What's that mean, ransom them? What's that talking about? Roz, go ahead.
Well, I was going to It's not about the ransom part. It's about the rain. Is that also another manna? Another form of manna that he's given to his children? Because they're asking for rain. They're asking for his living water.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, see that. I don't know if it's part of this context, but yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying for sure.
Yeah.
It can be. It may be in a different context, but yeah, it can be. Anybody else? So the latter rain would be the truth, wouldn't it? It would be the Basora, is what you're saying, Ross. Right. And so the early rain would be the prophets, the Tanakh. The latter rain would be the Basora of Yahusha. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that's how he feeds his children and waters his children.
Yeah.
Is through the I mean, that was what was in Exodus, that he gave them the manna. So that's what hit me.
Yeah.
When I heard the water and the storm.
I see that. Yeah.
It's a flood of his information to them.
Okay. I see that. Thank you for that. I didn't
You're
really
welcome.
see it. I didn't see it till you said it. But I see it now. Chance, go ahead.
Something that I went back and looked up at Ephraim. I just read this the other day. For Elohim has caused me to bear fruit in the land of my affliction. So they're remembering me in places far away. So it's kind of like what his name means, Ephraim. They're bearing fruit in a land of their affliction. They're in their afflictions and they're all returning because Yahuwah is whistling with the banner. They're all bearing fruit and coming back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see this as the second Exodus. Yeah, absolutely. So what does ransom mean? Roz?
Well, when he died, he bought him for a price.
Okay, so he's paying ransom. He's paying the F price.
Yeah.
Right?
The price for it, yeah.
So he's going to pay the asking price. What's the asking price?
Blood of Mashiach.
The blood of the Ruach HaKodesh.
Okay, blood of Ruach HaKodesh.
The requirement for the sacrifice will accept nothing less than the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh.
The only blood worthy on behalf of us all.
Right. Very high price, very high ransom, right? Okay, so in other words, a man's blood ain't good enough, man. All right, really good. Okay, let's look real quick then here at 10. And I shall bring them back from the land of Mitzrayim and gather them from Asher and bring them into the land of Gilead and Lebanon until no more room is found for them. Wow, that sounds like a lot of people. A lot of sheep are going to be shoved into that corral. It's going to be maximum capacity. Sounds like to me. Well, we get that same vision over in Matthew, don't we? Let me see. It's Matthew. What is that? Matthew 13, is it? Where is that? Yeah. See.
So is this talking about the multitude that he gathers with the 144,000 that's innumerable in Revelation?
What's that?
You remember during the 3.5 years, the bride, 144,000 will be talking to those, and then there's a innumerable multitude, mixed multitude.
Yeah.
It's in Revelations that's going to be gathered.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I was thinking more about the the wedding feast.
Oh, the wedding. They went into the highways and hedges.
Yeah. That's
okay, that's Matthew who is that in
I know it's in Matthew.
13,
Okay, so it's in 25.
25. Okay. Matthew 25. That's the one you're talking about.
Yeah. Maybe not. Is that it?
So that would make it the first gathering.
No, that's not it. That's the
wedding feast
of the maidens. Where is? I can't find that. I used to go right to it. Shows you where my mind's at. Let's see. That is in.
Tell me your thoughts, and I mean, sometimes if you tell what words you're looking for, I can think of what scripture.
Oh, I'm just looking for the wedding feast. I don't know why I thought it was in 13.
I think it was like 6 or 7.
Oh, what's it back?
There's one in 22. 22.
I think it is 22. I think it is.
22 too, where he went out.
Yeah, that's what. No wonder I couldn't find it. The pages were stuck together. I kept going fast, and the pages were stuck. All right. Thanks. 22 it is. So look at. It says in 10, and those servants went out to the street corners and gathered all whom they found, both wicked and good. And the wedding hall was filled with guests. See that? It was filled with guests. And so both wicked and good. And so why? Well, the good are definitely have came at the invitation of the bridegroom. The wicked are there by invitation of the bride. But nevertheless, the wedding hall was filled with guests. So it was basically packed house. So back over to Zechariah then. Get rid of this one now. All right, back to Zechariah 10. And I shall bring them back from the land of Mitzrayim, gather them from Asher, and bring them into the land of Gilead and Lebanon till no more room is found for them. And so what do you think that is? What's that talking about? Anybody? Is that talking about the rebirth of Israel in 1948? Or is that talking about the second Exodus or the first resurrection? What do you think it is?
Second Exodus?
Second Exodus? Anybody? So remember what the second Exodus is. It's the first resurrection. So when Yahusha comes back, he's going to collect everybody from the four corners of the world, right? Of all four winds, means from all over the world, and bring them into Israel with him as he returns, and all his chosen at that particular time. And even the dead that have died in Messiah will be resurrected, and all those who are alive he'll gather and bring them back into Israel with him as he comes back to the Mount of Olives. Okay, so what is this then? And on the other hand, Israel came back on the map in 1948 as a nation, and they have continued to grow and blossom and multiply. And they got a lot of people over there now. It started off with a very small group, and they've grown to pretty good size now. So which one is this? And I shall bring them. Back it up. Though I sow them among the nations, among the peoples, they shall remember me in places far away. That's Ephraim will wake up and worship him on Mount Ephraim, meaning wherever they're at, in which they wake up. And they shall live together with their children, and they shall return. And they shall return. It doesn't say anything about him bringing them back. But then in the next verse, it does. And I shall bring them back from the land of Mitzrayim, Asher, and bring them to the land of Gilead and Lebanon until no more room is found. So they're going to overflow. There'll be so many people coming back, they're going to overflow into Gilead and up into Lebanon. They're busting at the seams. Full house. What's going on here, man? Maybe 11 will give you a better clue. And he shall pass through the sea of distress. What? And he shall pass through the sea of distress and strike the waves of the sea, and all the depths of the river shall dry up, and the pride of Asher shall be brought down, and the scepter of Mitzrayim be taken away. And I shall make them mighty in Yahuwah, so that they walk up and down in his name, declares Yahuwah. What's up? What is this all about? Okay, well, let's back up a little bit then. And I shall make the house of Yehuda mighty and save the house of Joseph, and I shall bring them back, because I have compassion on them, and they shall be as though I had not pushed them aside. They're going to be back on the map, just like they were before he scattered them. For I am Yahuwah their Elohim. If we go all the way back to that, it's going to be that they're one nation, not the divided nation, but the united nation, before he pushed them aside. Because once he pushed, they divided. And when he continued to push, they scattered. First with Ephraim, and second with Yehuda. For I am Yahuwah their Elohim, and I answer them. And Ephraim shall be as a mighty one, and their heart shall rejoice as if with wine. And their children shall see and rejoice, their heart exulting in Yahuwah. I shall whistle for them and gather them, for I shall ransom them. And and I shall increase as they once increased. Though I sow them among peoples, they shall remember me in places far away. So that right there is talking about the lost sheep. So that would be current. And they shall live together with their children, they shall return. They did that in 1949. And I shall bring them back from the land of Mitzrayim and Asher, and bring them into the land of Gilead and Lebanon until no more room was found for them. Okay, so it seems to be the rebirth of 1948. Because in 11, listen, and he shall pass through the sea of distress. Okay, so what's the sea? The sea's the nations, the people. He's going to pass through the sea of distress and strike the waves of the sea, and all the depths of the river shall dry up, and the pride of Asher shall be brought down, scepter of Mitzrayim taken away. Now, this almost seems to be talking about, Armageddon, which happens when? When's Armageddon happen? Armageddon is the climax of the tribulation years. It happens right at the very end of tribulation. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Chance, go ahead.
I backed up because I'm messing around with the kids in here. They distract me. But up here at verse 2, it says, "Therefore they have wandered about like sheep; they are afflicted, for there is no shepherd." That kind of reminds me of when Yahusha was teaching us that the harvest is great, and he had compassion on them all, telling them that they've all wandered about. They all went astray like sheep. They have no shepherd. So this does remind me of like the lost sheep and like a type of harvest.
Yeah, it is.
Does this and then on verse 12 it says to walk up and down in his name would be like the spiritual highway Yahuwah has created.
Oh, very good. Absolutely. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions on chapter 11? Or, 10? All righty. Let's see. Chris has a question here. How can the Ruach HaKodesh have blood? Spirits don't have blood. Everybody go to Acts 20. Acts 20.
What page is that?
10, 12. 10, 12. Probably start at 28. So 2028, we'll just say. Page 10, 12. Therefore, take heed to yourself all the flock, among which the Ruach HaKodesh is made overseers. Excuse me for a minute. Check your mics, yo. Okay. Therefore, take heed to yourselves and to all the flock, among which the Ruach HaKodesh has made you overseers, to shepherd the assembly of Elohim, which he purchased with his own blood. There it is. And so it's the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh. You see that? And so then we go over to Revelations 1:5. That really doesn't answer your question, does it, Chris? It just cements the fact that that we were purchased by the Ruach HaKodesh's blood. So look at Revelations 1:5. It says, "And from Yahusha Mashiach, the trusted witness, the firstborn from the dead, and the ruler of the sovereigns of the Eretz, to him who loves us and washed us from our sins in his own blood, and has made us sovereigns and priests to his Yahuwah and Father, to him be esteem and rule forever and ever." Amen. So here we find out that he washed us, loved us, and washed us from our sins in his own blood. Speaking of Yahusha HaMashiach. And then Acts 20:28 just told us that it was the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh that purchased us. So was there two blood purchases? No, of course not. And so what's happening here? Okay, and so the Yahuwah created a body of light for himself in the beginning. And that was the firstborn of all creation. He nicknamed it the firstborn of all creation. Okay, and so then the firstborn of all creation was primarily known as the messenger of Yahuwah throughout the entire Torah and Tanakh, actually. Okay, and so then he sent his body of light, okay, down into Mary, and he was transformed into flesh through Mary's flesh by mingling with Mary's DNA, so that he would become 100% representation of humanity. Okay, and so we can't say that Yahuwah himself, which is spirit, the great almighty spirit in the sky, was incarnated, but we can say that the firstborn of all creation, his body of light, was incarnated. revealed in the flesh, and therefore we saw Yahuwah, didn't we? Even though in that sense we saw Yahuwah when we looked at Mashiach. And so within the transfiguration, if you will, from light to incarnation to flesh, from Yahuwah's body of firstborn of all creation into his fleshly body, became his blood became animated and real, flowed through the veins and the arteries of his fleshly body, which flowing through the veins and arteries of Mashiach, which the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh that was materialized at that transformation and the mixing with Mary's DNA within her womb. And therefore he walked among us. The Word became flesh and walked among us. The Word is just another nickname for the firstborn of all creation. It's just another nickname for the messenger of Yahuwah. That's all it is. It doesn't mean that this Bible became incarnated and walked among us. That's silliness. That's Christianity. So there you go, Chris. Hope you picked up what I was laying down on that. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? No? You mean I'm going to get out of here early today? Let me see. Was something else. Oh, there's let me see what this one is. Hang on a minute. Let me see. There we go. Oh, that's what I'm looking for right there. Hang on. Can y'all still hear me? Okay. Oh, it's fairly long. Ross had sent me a video about the update of the third temple, building the third temple over in Jerusalem. Do y'all want to watch that update? It's like 20 minutes long. Or do you want to get out of here? You want to get out of here? Okay. All right, we'll skip the update then of the third building of the third temple. It's extremely interesting though. Looks like they're going to go through with the plans. So anyway, wow, man, I think we're done. Any other thoughts, comments, questions about today's study in Zechariah? We'll finish Zechariah up next week. We'll do 11, 12, 13, and 14 next week and be done. No questions, thoughts, comments? How about last night? Any thoughts, comments, questions, thoughts about last night? Go ahead, Sandra.
I understood what you were teaching last night. It's the same thing. It's the same concept of trying to put Yahuwah in a building or in one thing or something when he's all of it. I got it. Thank you. That was very good explanation. So can I ask you a question regarding that blood? So would it be plainer to say, I might be wrong. Remember, Yahusha had a Ruach, and the Ruach HaKodesh of Yahuwah and Yahusha became one. So when Yahusha was staked and he died, the Ruach took his Ruach away, and that's where he got blood. His pure blood is what cleansed us from our sins, and that's what made it the Ruach, the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh. Does that sound a little plainer? Could you have taught that one time like that?
Yeah, except just to clarify just a little bit more, he allowed the lamb to bleed out.
Right.
And the lamb was slowly bleeding out, wasn't he, on the altar of the earth? Okay. And then since he had proclaimed that not one of his bones would be broken, which was custom to do in that type of execution, was to break their bones.
Okay.
That Roman guy took that spear and stuck him in the side. And since he was hanging there, all his blood and water pretty much had went down and accumulated in his abdomen. And so when he stuck him with that spear, all his blood and water gushed out, and so he totally bled out. Okay, and then right to prove that he was dead. But to me, I think he was just maybe seemed to be dead, but maybe not quite until every drop of that blood poured out, and then that lamb died, and at that very simultaneously, the Ruach disrobed himself and took the human Ruach with him and fled and left that fleshly body hanging there on that stake, dead, just kind of like a snake shedding its skin, no life in it.
Because they're one and the same, and Yahuwah can't die, so it took the physical man to die to provide blood for us.
The sacrifice had to be a human sacrifice. The problem was human blood wasn't good enough. And that's why Yahuwah had to send his body to be transformed somehow, intermingling with the DNA of Mary and transform, make blood within that body.
That's in Luke chapter 1. She will be impregnated by the Ruach HaKodesh.
But it was his blood. It wasn't human blood.
Right.
Because human blood couldn't do it, man. It had to be a higher blood than human. Okay, so look at it this way. When they were doing all them animal sacrifices, why didn't they work? Because human blood is higher than animal blood. So there wasn't a good enough sacrifice. It had to be some blood that was higher than human blood.
Right.
And there was no blood higher than human blood, except for the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh.
It is.
That's why that had to be the sacrifice, the blood that was sacrificed. It had to be higher than human blood. Otherwise, it was unacceptable. So the reason they were using animal blood is because they felt that animals were innocent. They had no sin. They were just, they just had to go. What happened to them was because of us, right? And because Yahuwah chose for them to be included in the curse.
You know what?
In the same way, the reason why they knew the animal blood wouldn't work, so they start sacrificing human babies, because they felt that the human children never sinned until a certain age, and so that there would be a perfect sacrifice since they have not sinned yet. Well, they were wrong. So why were they wrong?
Because all have sinned.
They were wrong because the animal blood wasn't high enough to atone for human sin, and the children are born liars. They're born into sin from the womb of the mother, from conception, actually. And so, therefore, they could not be sacrificed either. The only thing that could fulfill the requirement was the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh, period. No animals, no babies, nothing. No virgin. They even tried virgins, maidens. That didn't work either. Them virgins must have been having some type of dreams up there in them heads about being married or something. No, they were still lying. They were still stealing. They were still, although they was a virgin, they were still sinning. So that didn't work either. That's why Yahuwah says, he looked around and there was nobody, no mediator between Yahuwah and man. And so he had his own right arm had to come in for him and be the sacrifice. Well, his right arm was his body, right? It was the word, his body, the firstborn of all creation, the messenger of Yahuwah, Yahusha, the son of Adam, the son of Elohim, or just plainly said, the son. All nicknames of the same being, the same thing, which was Yahuwah's body. Because only Yahuwah's body could hold the blood of Yahuwah. What other body going to hold the blood of Yahuwah? A man's body? No. So therefore, we can say that Yahusha is Yahuwah manifested. In other words, revealed to us so we can see him. He was revealed through the man Yahusha. But we can't say that he was incarnated because Yahuwah can't be incarnated. Yahuwah will never be nothing other than Yahuwah, which is spirit that cannot be seen. And then we can rightfully say that the firstborn of all creation was incarnated. So Yahusha, the firstborn of all creation, his body of light, was incarnated. And now we could see him enrobed in his flesh. So his body became incarnated. And the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh flowed through the veins and arteries of that body. A little bit hard, isn't it? That's because we've been taught differently. And the first thing you have to do is when somebody's brainwashed, if somebody's been brainwashed, like in the military, the first thing we have to do is deprogram them. We got to unbrainwash them, first thing that we have to do, and then we can reprogram them. And that's what we have to do too. We have to approach Scripture in the same way. We have to deprogram ourselves, right? Pitch everything we've learned into the trash bin and then reprogram ourselves with truth. That's the only way we can accept the new wine. If we don't do that, then the old wine skin will burst. You got to dump out all the old wine and get a new wine sack, actually. Go ahead, Chance.
That was kind of, you're hitting on something I was pondering a lot. So the immersion is like a spiritual circumcision. The immersion into Yahusha HaMashiach would be a spiritual circumcision. I think in the back of Luke, he breathed on them and he opened their minds to understanding Scripture. So without the Ruach HaKodesh, not all these other strange Holy Ghost things and stuff, are they able to learn and discern without the Ruach HaKodesh, or they should probably go along and follow through with what we're commanded to do, is to be immersed in the name of Yahusha HaMashiach. That's like the very first sign of obedience to Yahuwah, what he's asking us to do. But I'm coming across some people who are reading and they're just not understanding the spiritual side of things. They in context they're reading, but it's abstractly discerned. You know, you catch what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, they can't. No, all right. Everyone, the Scriptures is written for everybody. Okay, and therefore it's written in the language that man can understand, which is a literal language. Okay, it's written in the language of the fleshly mind, so that everyone can understand the literal format. But spiritually, you can't understand it unless you have the Ruach HaKodesh, because you have to walk in spirit and truth to understand spiritual language. See what I'm saying? That's why Yahusha said, if I speak to you in earthly matter, if you do not understand when I speak to you in earthly matters, what's written literally, how are you going to understand when I speak to you in heavenly matters, things that are spiritual? You're not. So yes, you have to have the Ruach HaKodesh to understand the spiritual matter. So if you're picking up on spiritual stuff, it's a pretty good sign that you got the Ruach. If you don't get it, you say, oh, you're wrong, you're this, you're that, blah, blah, blah. More than likely, they don't have the Ruach.
Sometimes I'll be talking to some people about some of that stuff, and they look at me all wide-eyed, and it's not like I'm trying to esteem myself, but I'm just like, my interpretation of what I'm getting, and all of a sudden I'll reveal something to them, and they get pretty wide-eyed, and all you can do is just, it's hard to watch, honestly, because they're thirsty for the truth. They're looking for the living water, and it's just like, just go immerse in water to Yahusha and do your first sign of obedience, what he told us to do. Be immersed in the name of Yahusha, HaMashiach. Repent. Cry out for forgiveness, and you will receive the Ruach HaKodesh if you are chosen. You know, that's the bread and butter right there, but it's that right there is the strongholds that are so prevalent these days. It's just, it can be overwhelming.
Yeah, we all have spirits, you know what I'm saying? And so your spirit can understand spiritual language, can it? Problem is their spirit's asleep. It's in lumbar, you know, and it hasn't been awoke yet. And so when you speak to them about spiritual things and they get all wide-eyed like that, that's their spirit is hearing the language, but once it gets processed into flesh, deflects, it can't understand it, so then they shut down. They can't do nothing with it. Although it all of a sudden their spirit hears, I get it. Wait, what? I understand that language. And like, oh, this flesh takes over and says, yeah, you're crazy, man. See what I'm saying? That's why you have to have the Ruach. Because what's the Ruach do? He wakes up that spirit. And now you're walking in spirit and truth. You put off the flesh is dead, so it's no longer in your way. So now you can listen to our only Rabbi and Master Yahusha HaMashiach when he starts talking to you in spiritual language and revealing spiritual secret things to you out of the Torah. They can't, so don't expect them to. Okay. Anybody else?
All right, I got it. I'm gonna try to do this, Mark, real quick here. So I was jostling over this, talking to Yahuwah the other day about living water and how it might resemble active obedience. You know, active obedience will help, you know, walking in Ruach, you're producing the fruits of love, joy, peace, patience, goodness, kindness, gentleness, trustworthy self-control. The fruits in which Yahuwah is looking for, obeying his commands, because in them is life. So it's that essence, the tree of life, you know? The same Ruach that gave Mashiach life, if it indeed indwells in you, you also shall have life as well. He'll raise your body. So tying this all together in a spiritual matter, you know, the tree of life, producing fruit, drinking the water, the living water, which will, you know, nourish the tree and help you produce the fruit that Yahuwah is looking for in your life. If I didn't slaughter that too well, but I was getting knocked together in a room with that, and I had to write it down even, because it was like, dang, it's coming on to me thick, but yeah, that's some good stuff.
I hear you, man. Okay, guys, look, Joe, you want to prepare for the priestly blessing, please? I put the link on here for that third temple update. If anybody is interested in watching it, you can go there. It's about 20 minutes long. I also put it in the chat room, and I put it in the private chat as well. If you're interested. Other than that, man, I'll be seeing y'all next week, okay? And Brother Joe, you can take us out here with the priestly blessing, man.
Let us pray. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba
Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Umamu Yahuwah. Barak Yahuwah. Umamu Yahuwah.
Hallelujah, Yahuwah.
Thank you, Mark.
See you, Sister Phyllis.
See you all.
Oz and Talitha, give us a call.
Yes.
Yes. Give us a
See you,
call. We'll be
Chance.
expecting you.
I'm calling
Love
you today. I'm calling you today.
All righty. Love you.
Ciao.
See you, Phyllis.
Get me going.